Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to call our February 6th meeting to order. Could we stand for a Pledge of Allegiance, please?
The flag of the United States of America. Nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Sorry. Roll call, please.
Mayor Labriella,
Here.
Mr. Bell,
Here.
Dr. Heidifelder,
Here.
Ms. Berner,
Here.
Ms. Kay, Ms. Tillerson. Here.
That was for you.
Thank you.
No, that was not for you.
I took it for me.
The minutes. We just,
They're done. They just have to be, she has to approve them. I mean, I just didn't get them out in time, but they're done.
okay, so we'll just defer them until next month, or?
Well, I'm going to, I will be sending them out. Once she's reviewed them, I will send them out to everybody.
Okey-doke. All right, so we have 3 sets.
We can post an unofficial minute.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't need to do anything.
Correct, they won't be approved next month, but we can send them out to you guys and we can post the unofficial minutes.
Okay. Updates. 3. Mr. Fernandez isn't here, is he? I just wanted to thank Alex for his commitment and his interest to continue to volunteer and to be so active in the community. So thank him for all of his efforts. So the one time I was going to say something nice about him, and he doesn't show up. So. Anyway. And you've already known, welcome to our newest council member. So congratulations and
Thank you.
And the third thank you, and he's not here either, to Jerry McGee. That was a wonderful accomplishment that took place last week. Jerry is a remarkable leader and has done a wonderful job in terms of setting the tenor, the tone of constructive and dialogue, and the spit means a great deal to him, so I'm glad it was accomplished. So congratulations to Jerry. We have to all of my colleagues and others, we have a long meeting, so please be mindful of our presentation. So, Michael, comments?
Nothing right now, except that I'm very, very happy to sit beside you, Madeline.
Good.
And thanks out to the community for the support and for the friendship. Try to do my best and not let you all down.
Any other comments, ma'am? Russ?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the only thing I wanted to let everybody know, I have to leave with a previous engagement at 4:30 today. So if we happen to be in the community talking period, it's not because I'm mad or insulted or anything. I'm letting you guys know at 4:30 I have to leave. And the only other thing I just wanted to highlight, trying to speed things along, is my welcoming again to Madeline. I'm so happy that you're here.
Good. Brad?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of updates. The first and most important one is to join the course in welcoming our newest council member to the dais. Really want to briefly update 2 matters. One is with regard to the proposed development just a quarter mile up the road, the Island Park Place development. There was a Charleston County Council meeting last week that was extraordinarily well attended, packed room, and rather extraordinary evening. I had a chance to speak very briefly, but the ones that really made a difference in their remarks were members of the Johns Island community, neighbors, as well as the Conservancy was very strongly represented there. Extraordinary testimonials that were offered to the council by Elizabeth Coaxum, particularly representing a strong contingent of the African American community and heirs property owners on Johns Island who spoke up passionately about the project and in opposition to the project, as well as Sidey Limehouse, and as well, again, the Conservancy. It's very interesting. At one point, there was a request of everybody to stand up or raise their hands who opposed the project. Probably 50 people or so, maybe more, stood up. Then one of the council members who was thought to be supportive of the project said, well, I'd like to see everybody who's supportive of the project stand up. Not one, which was rather remarkable. I don't know if you saw the Post and Courier article of a couple days ago, quite a good article. The issue right now is it appears that it's coming down to a 4-3 vote, one way or the other. So in 2 days, on Thursday, there will be a meeting of the council's Public Works Committee, and that will be the first vote on this particular project. It'd be rather remarkable if the council were to override the recommendations of the Planning Commission staff, the Planning Commission itself on a 7-0 vote, and the overwhelming objection of the most impacted community members, but that may be where we're at right now, so stay tuned to that process. I just want to pick up briefly on the mayor's comments regarding the announcement, Kika's announcement regarding Sam Spit. I've received a lot of inquiries, calls, and questions about it. There seems to be a fair amount of confusion about actually what has transpired. And I just want to make a couple of brief points. One, it's an unequivocally good thing that at least a portion of this, there's an agreement to convey at least a portion of Sam Spit to Kika. But I want to emphasize that the agreement between Kiowa Partners and Kika only pertains to a portion of Sam Spit, not all of Sam Spit. There is also in that agreement perhaps a lack of clarity or certainty at this point as to exactly what will be conveyed, and that needs to be further clarified. There also needs to be a process involving the town, because there's a waiver request, and that process has started to get a waiver from the subdivision regulations in order to allow that portion of the conveyance to go forward. Most importantly, though, the town is the direct beneficiary, the direct party to the agreement. So the town has a broader set of interest than does just Kika. And the town has evinced, and fellow council members have evinced, a strong desire to protect all of the spit. And it's been our commitment to try to do so. And I would just lastly note that the Conservancy also has a third-party beneficiary interest in what happens on the spit. So we need to hear what their view on all of this as well. They've previously sent us a letter saying they support the town's position. So the bottom line is, good first step, but much more work needs to be done to completely protect the spit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Stephanie?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I only have a few things to update you on. One, in regards to, as you know, we do an annual bobcat trapping that's going to start to include coyotes this year. And I believe Jim and his team are starting that process today or tomorrow. We've also, in the past couple of years, have done deer harvesting, and it looks like we may be doing that again this year, but the amount of tags maybe about in the 40s. It's the last probably couple of years. I think at one point we started off maybe with 100, then maybe went up to 150 or 200. But because our bobcat population seems to be stabilizing and or increasing, that of course has brought down the number of tags that we need in terms of the deer harvesting, and that's approximately about 40. Just a couple other updates. In regards to the intersection on Kiowa Parkway and Beachwalker, we have those out for bids. The bids are due back tomorrow. So hopefully we'll pull together a team and we will reach out to you, Councilmember Berner, if Brian hasn't already done so, with the hope and goal that it will come to Ways and Means and Council for consideration of approval next month. But again, that comes in on Wednesday, so hopefully we get a number of bids and hopefully it's competitive enough. In terms of the cost. Let's see, John, Planning Department team, they are still moving along with the comp plan. There appears to be a workshop that's scheduled. I'm not quite sure of the date, but if you have any questions, we can get you the exact date on that. But I have it at 10 o'clock, so I believe it might be this week, but I'm not sure. February 20th? Okay, that'll be February 20th at 10 a.m. Is that? Also, we have told you before, so for Ocean Pines and the West End project, in terms of building department, those plans came in. The building department is just doing a cursory preliminary review in terms of looking at what would be required. So they're doing that for Ocean Pines. And for West End, they have sent their preliminary comments to the, design team, and they're just waiting to hear back from them on that. Seafields, I was told by the building department that looks like they're going to be going vertical relatively soon. And new employee for the, that you had approved, started with Jim's department, Jim Jordan's department. That new person name is Michael, and they started yesterday. So that's, looks like about all of the comments that I have.
Tiffany, can I ask a question? So, have we heard anything or seen anything, or has anything been submitted related to the planned development on Upper Beachwalker, as I think the partners promised to us in December, I believe it was?
As far as I know, we have not received an application yet. Is that correct, Mr. Taylor? No
Any
application at this time.
indication of a date for delivery, or just quiet?
Stephanie, also follow up on something you raised, which is the building department's review of, I guess, that not the site plans, but the
The actual structure, the
actual
building.
structures for Upper and Lower Beachwalker, West
Correct.
End, and Ocean Pines. They're undertaking that process even though the site plans have not been approved.
Correct.
Even though there have not been submitted revised plans that thus far respond to the comments and the review comments that the planning director, that John has issued, or the comments that we'll hear from with regard from Weston and Sampson.
And correct, and as I said, it's preliminary, so when we say preliminary, it is just really looking at what you submitted. Is there anything that you're missing as part of your building drawings application? They're just looking at the building, it's the buildings themselves, and they may say you need mechanical or you need electrical, so it's really just a cursory review.
So, last question from my side. Could Mr. Taylor or you please update us on the status of the site plan reviews? The exact status of where we are with all of these.
So for Weston, which is Upper Beachwalker, the town has submitted the comments to Thomas and Hudden. We're still, the ball is in their court. They have not submitted any revisions, and all of the comments of staff can be found on the town's website. In regards to the
Ocean Pines.
Ocean Pines, thank you. We have submitted a number of comments to include additional comments that we've updated the website on yesterday. And those comments were reflective of Weston Sampson's comments that they submitted working with John. So of course, they just received those, so those will have to come back, waiting for those to come back as well. Also, I believe, and Mr. Taylor can comment on this, I believe you also put on there in regards to the variance requirements for the Cape Point and or Ocean Pines, but I'll let him comment on all of that.
Very briefly, all of the projects that have been submitted, Upper Beachwalker, which would include the West End, Lower Beachwalker, Ocean Pines, and the Cape Point Emergency Access site plan, comments have been issued for all three of those projects. So it's just still in that site plan review process of waiting for comments to be responded to.
Okay, but you have not found enough reason to deny any of those three applications.
So the process is we wait for the applicant to respond to comments issued. At a certain point, if those comments aren't responded to, then we can execute that particular heighten of denying a particular project, but
Okay, so for that denial, you have to wait first for the response, is what you're saying?
So following up on that, John, at least with regard to the Upper Beach Walker, the last comments that are on the public, that are on the website were dated September 15. Have there been new comments?
so the comments that we received from Weston, we included those as part of a review that were sent to the property owners, the developer for those. So the Weston comments are dated subsequent to that September initial set of staff review comments. So those are in tandem of all of the issued comments. So the most recent would be what we
November
included.
29th?
What we would have included as part of, yes, what we would have included as part of the,
So the November 29th comments that show up as review comments number 3 on the, under Ocean Pines are also comments pertaining to West End.
so staff issued its independent comments. We hired a third party to do a peer review. We took those comments that were received from the peer review and placed them in addition to the comments that were listed already for the proposed developments. And so whatever the last date that were issued regarding the Weston and Sampson proposed comments is the date of the most recent set of comments issued to.
So Weston and Sampson, or for West End, the last comments was actually January 5th, 2024. That was WNS review memo. And then Ocean Pines, WS review memos dated 2/1/24.
Correct. Yeah.
So those comments, they're not, just, I'm looking at them right now, it's simply a memo to the planning director.
No, those, yeah, so those were actually forwarded. So what we put on the website has been forwarded to the applicant.
So all of the recommendations or issues raised by Weston and Sampson in their Upper Beach Walker and Lower Beach Walker memos are now part of the official comments that have gone to the applicant.
Correct.
Correct, okay. So there's not been any response to those.
We've had some discussion with the applicants just on the nature of the memos, just to understand that they're still working on their behalf of trying to respond.
So, but there also, I guess, when Councilmember Heidingsfelder asked about the status, there are questions, there are comments that are going back to the original submitted comments back in September and then November that appear to have not yet been addressed in any revised site plan.
No, we have received some things that have responded to some of the comments. I don't want to say that nothing has been responded to.
Okay.
So we have received things that have responded to a few things, not comprehensively to all of the particular comments.
So or should we expect that there needs to be it appears that there would need to be yet further revised site plans for both West End and Ocean Pines to comply with all the comments that have been issued?
So the comments that issued as standard practice, we would anticipate that that we would receive either revised site plan or revised supporting document, some element that responds to whatever comment that has been issued.
And we have not for either one yet, correct?
Not for all of the comments that have been issued.
Okay.
John, is there a time frame attached to that, to when they need to respond to our comments?
It's still treated as active. There isn't a timeframe as far as a deadline. I have to review that to make sure, but I don't believe there's an absolute, like a certain deadline. Once we have received that initial application, we would go back and forth with them until they respond, pursuing as they are diligently pursuing a project. Once we feel like they're not diligently pursuing the project, then I think there's grounds where we can take it as an active project off of the citizen service.
But you said earlier that you have made comments that go back to October, November timeframe that have not been responded to.
I said that there have been responses to some comments.
Yeah, but that means that they haven't been for some others,
Correct.
right? And I would assume that they are related to some of the comments you made more recently, but probably also to some of the comments you made back in November or October even. So there must be some way of, setting a deadline for when your recommendations, requirements, demands, whatever you want to call them, are fulfilled, or the application is denied.
The
I mean, we cannot,
the applicant has
drag this out endlessly.
The applicant has been diligently providing dialogue back and forth regarding this particular process. So I think it would be premature to disregard the approval of the application if they're attempting to fulfill the comments that have been issued.
Well, for example, John, going back quite a ways, there are comments regarding a letter of coordination with Kika for Upper Beach Walker. I haven't seen anything in the public record. I don't know what the dialogue around that would be. Either they've provided the letter of coordination with Kika or not. There are, you've raised questions, good questions about the application of the compatibility standards, the buffer yard requirements to both developments. It appears, and based on, I think the reason for your comment is it appears that the site plans as submitted don't comply with the buffer yards compatibility standards, and yet there hasn't been any revision to those now for several months. So it really goes to the question that Councilmember Heidingsfelder is raising is, at what point, if, since the November, there appear to have not been responses or revised plans that address the comments that were first raised for Upper back in September. We're now 5 months later, and I don't know what the nature of the conversation entails, but the comments that are out there, and there have been many more raised by members of the community and the 3 HOAs, at what point do we just kind of fish or cut bait on this?
I don't have another answer to that other than we're continuing to dialogue with the applicant.
Okay. So then my last question, John, I'm sorry. So at one point, I would assume that the developer has to probably go to the BZA for certain variances, right? We have parking-related variances that might need to be, or mostly probably because of parking that need to be applied for. We haven't seen any of that activity yet either, correct?
So that's part of the conversations that we had of the application process, of understanding what would be the actual requests. Those are the types of conversations that are diligently still being had with the applicant.
Yeah, no, I understand, but there has not been anything put forward to the BZA from the developer in terms of
Not at this time.
gaining approval for certain variances.
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
And even apart from that, some things aren't actually subject to the variance process. That's only the town's ordinances. I think it's been pointed out by several people that there are obviously restrictive covenants that apply to all property on Kiowa Island. So there are restrictive covenants that apply to these parcels as well, and it appears that in some instances it's not clear that those restrictive covenants have been met by the applications. So how does that process handled? Because you can't seek a variance from restrictive covenants.
So any particular comment that we've issued, I go back to the statement, we've issued those comments. We will wait until we get response from all of those things that the developer would have to address prior to any approval. And specific to the restrictive covenants, there needs to be something that's been stated that shows that these particular restrictive covenants are being violated or vice versa are not being violated. And so that would be on the onus of the developer or whomever is challenging that those particular covenants are being violated.
So an example of that would be that the covenants provide for a maximum lot coverage of 33% that can be revised up to 39%, but that clearly is not met by the application that's submitted for the church parcel, for example. They're trying, the argument is that it's 60% because it's under the town's zoning ordinances, not the ARDA, but it's still under the restrictive covenants. So that's one we're trying to figure out. How do you handle something like that?
Site plan review process. I mean, I don't want to continue to kind of debate this. That's part of the site plan review package process.
Last question now for Stephanie, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So in various conversations, we have talked about the certificate of occupancy for the Cape Club, also with the developer in the room. But I don't think we have yet really notified them officially that we would not provide the certificate as long as the parking problem has not been resolved and approved. So since we know that this process is lingering on and lingering on, at some point, I assume the developer will come to us with a request for the certificate. So
Right now,
shouldn't
we're
we
working
issue-
with the Cape. So the Cape Club is through East West Partners.
Yeah.
And we are still working through that process with the town attorney.
Okay, but we have not notified them officially that we are doing so.
We have not notified them officially. We've been in
I
conversation
would recommend that
with
we do
East
so.
West.
I would recommend that we do so that they are warned and aware of that potentially could happen if the parking has not been resolved by that date.
And at this time, we're not looking at a full outright denial of it. We're looking at a potentially TCO. But we are working through the
Temporary.
TCO, but we're looking through all of the.
Yeah, but also a temporary, approval cannot work if there's no parking.
We're working through the process, Councilmember Heidenfelder. We're still trying to look at all of the potential issues. We can't figure that out right now in public session. So we're working with East West, we're working with their attorney, working with our attorney, and as soon as we have the information, we will provide that to you all.
Okay. But again, I would like to repeat that I would recommend to put them officially on notice that there is the risk that we cannot issue the certificate of occupancy as long as the parking issue has not been sufficiently resolved.
And I'm sorry, one more issue, Stephanie. You and John, I think, have previously stated that the site plan review process is solely an administrative function administered by the planning director, correct?
As long as there's no variance or anything that's required.
So the issue that arises is these site plans are part of a subdivision process. So we have a preliminary subdivision approval, and there is not yet final plat approval, but that's something that's administered under the subdivision regulations by the
Planning Commission.
By the Planning Commission.
Correct.
Both Section 12245 and Section 12246 require that site plans be reviewed by the Planning Commission. At what point do we anticipate that the Planning Commission will review the site plans along with the Planning Director's review of the site plans?
I'm not sure. I'll have to look at that. I know the Planning Commission does review and sign off on final plat. The Planning Director can provide copies of the site plan to the Planning Commission, but the Planning Commission does not have any level of authority at this time to actually approve it. But yes, they can review it and he can share that information with them,
But Stephanie,
which currently they can also review on the website.
Respectfully, I'm just not sure that that's accurate. Again, 12246 says, "The Planning Commission shall act to approve, disapprove, or approve the conditions, all preliminary plats and final plats, and review concept or site plans."
Yeah, I just said he can share. It says review. It doesn't say approve. So yes, he can definitely share copies of the site plan with the Planning Commission. But the Planning Commission does approve, deny, or approve with condition plats,
And it
preliminary or
also-
final plats.
And it also indicates in 1245, provide for Planning Commission review and action on land development plans and subdivision specifications, which these are.
We can review that and we'll get back with you.
Thank you.
I have no more comments under the town administrator's report. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you.
Thank you. Citizen comments? Yes, ma'am.
Maura McIlvaine, 146 Blue Heron Pond Road. I just wanted to briefly, in new business B, which is the tree ordinance, I hope everyone in the room has read it. I understand that it does not apply to single-family homes, at least not right now, and that it wouldn't apply to any of the Beachwalker upper or lower properties because they're under permitting review right now. So this is an ordinance that has been talked about for more than 3 years, and just serendipitously, things went into permitting before it got proposed, so it can't apply to the largest swath of land that I think most of the people in this room are worried about. Thank you.
Maura, I can make one slight correction. Well, to your last comment, I couldn't agree more, but that's where we are. To the single-family home, we at least, with the revisions that council members made, have put in an additional provision that also for single-family homes, when grand trees are involved, and John, you have to help me, I forgot the diameter that
think
defines
24.
that
24.
for a second, but even for single-family homes, if there are grand trees involved, which I think is the case for more than 50% of our usual, also single-family home properties, they actually have to go through the tree ordinance process as well.
Okay.
Not the home itself, but at least if there is a valuable tree involved, they have to bring this to, or through this process.
And just one other, taking all your points, and yes, would agree, but one other minor qualification. There is no site plan pending for 8, 9, and 10, parcels 8, 9, and 10, so the ordinance would apply to any activity with respect to
Okay.
those parcels.
But I was trying to envision what it would actually apply to, and I thought of the former, for example, the former East Beach property, which the resort may end up developing, and the Cougar property. But I mean, it seems like it's going to apply to the resort primarily.
I mean, it's whatever property is
Whatever it
not
is.
yet
Whatever's
developed,
left.
it doesn't have a site plan pending.
Yeah.
Correct.
Correct.
There was a hand. Yes, ma'am. Take your time.
Thank you. My name is Denise Kleisik, 86 Belmead Hall. I'm a board member of the Inlet Cove HOA. On January 18th, Andrew Gowder, legal counsel for Rivers View, Inlet Cove, Cottage Owners Community Association, submitted a letter to John Labrioli, Michael Heidensfelder, Bradley Belt, Russell Berner, Joe Wilson, Stephanie Tillerson, and John Taylor. I would like to read part of that correspondence and would really like the whole letter in its entirety submitted for the record. But some of these highlights I think are important. I do represent Rivers View, Inlet Cove, and Cottage Owners Community Associations at this time, and our communities were inundated by storm water after the most recent storm in December. We are very concerned with the runoff from these developments down to our neighborhoods. We have potentially already had severe consequences, and with this more hardscape, we seem to think there's going to be more. We would reiterate our previously expressed concerns that the site plans, even as revised, fail to comply completely with the applicable zoning applications. I also remind the town of my previous communication noting under South Carolina law that these parcels are subject to various restrictive covenants, contrary to the affidavits submitted by the applicants. We are pleased that these have been acknowledged by the parking deficiencies of the Cape and Ocean Pines, as well as Timbers parcels that were raised by our community members more than 3 months ago. However, while the revised site plan for Ocean Pines appears to add 36 additional parking spaces for users, the Cape Club, that is far short of the number that Mr. Taylor indicated was required on the November 29th comment letter. We would also note that the site plan itself indicates that those parking spaces are not limited to parking for club users only. We trust that the developer will be required to meet all the parking requirements specified as a condition of any site plan approval. There are no guest or visitor parking spaces for any of the residential buildings on the church parcel, and just 8 for 56 dwelling units on parcel 11. As we have previously indicated, representatives from each of our regimes met with Mr. Phillips and Ms. Mark Palmer to discuss their planning developing those parcels, to include a new club facility, which is not permitted under the current zoning. We indicated at that time that we were proposing could not be supported by our members without substantial changes, which we outlined. We did not receive any response from the developer. We hope and expect that the council will not act upon any proposed plan developments which are not supported by the most immediately impacted communities. This is the letter from Andrew Gowder, and I would like to have it submitted into record, if possible.
Can I make 2 comments to that?
Pardon me?
Can I make 2 comments
Yes.
to this? So I'm not exactly sure if I understood you correctly in the very beginning, saying that we have never responded to the letter. I think you said something like that.
I did.
And I have to say that, yes, that was a little bit of a miscommunication, and I take the blame for this, that I thought that Stephanie would respond, and she thought that we would respond. So
And no one
we will certainly,
responded.
and nobody responded. But B, and I read that letter again just this morning, there's not really a lot in the letter that would need us to respond. It's a lot of statements and explanations of what your opinions are, which I share greatly, but there was not a question, there was not a demand for response or action except what we are doing. So even if we would have done the right thing to respond, it would have probably just been acknowledgement.
I think
the letter-
consideration would go a long ways.
So,
No
but
response at all.
I'm happy to take the blame for this. I should have helped coordinating that better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Petra, I would have that submitted for the record, so you can give, if you could give that to the town clerk.
Okay, I can. Yes, thank you. I just have a few other things. The affected communities are not being consulted here. I don't see where anyone's asking our communities to be a part of this process. Because the site plans aren't complying with zoning, they're not conforming with South Carolina law, there's the inadequate parking. The community associations should be involved at all levels with this, and there should be no conditional approvals. And that's strongly felt by a lot of our communities here. Thank you.
Can I respond to that as well?
Sure.
If I may. So I'm not getting into the approval process because
Right.
also John has laid that out a little bit.
Yes, he
and
has.
so, but I would like to say that both the mayor and I required from the developers to sit down with the affected HOAs, which is Riverview, or the 2 Riverviews, I believe, Inlet Cove, Green Lake, and Sparrow Pond, I believe. John, correct? And so there have been meetings actually with the
Well, I
partners.
was at one of the meetings, but nothing seems to have gone farther.
I agree. I agree. Then I believe that Councilman Belt had meetings with the HOAs, and also Russ Byrne and I had meetings at least with some of them. So there's involvement, so I don't want it to leave it, they are just saying that the HOAs are not involved, that we can do better and that the developer could do better in this critical phase of evolving, plans, et cetera. I would agree, but I just don't want it to leave the impression that council or others have not been reaching out to the HOAs, because we have.
Okay. Well, I hope you continue to do so.
And
maybe more.
Absolutely, yes,
Thank you.
definitely.
Thank you, Denise.
Thank you for coming up. The fault is mine.
The fault is yours?
Fault is mine. I should have talked with Stephanie. I too thought that but the fault is mine. No one, the councilmen don't have to bear that responsibility. We should have responded, so I'll talk to Mr. Goddard and apologize. But the
thank
fault
you.
is mine.
Thank you.
I think you can see, oh, yes, ma'am. Please, come up.
I'm Joan Hograve, 77 Peppervine, Inlet Cove. I'd like to spend a few minutes of your time looking over the memorandum dated January 5th, 2024 from Lucas Hernandez, Weston and Sampson Engineers Incorporated, to John Taylor, Planning Manager, Town of Kiowa Island, South Carolina. As I read through these 8 pages, I became baffled with one sentence, and it's on page 3, the last sentence that states, "We recommend that the engineer address these items as noted." And after each item noted on page 4, it states, "No recommended changes." I'm confused. I know I'm not an engineer, and I would like someone to explain the contradiction. My other comments relate to the West End at Beachwalker development, pages 6 to 8. And I want to clarify that I now know that another memorandum came out on February 1st, so I'm only replying to the January one. So with all of those items, usually the last 1 or 2 sentences talk about what the recommendations are. And the recommendations will say just that they're recommendations. I don't want to read each of those recommendations. But one of them has to do with stormwater drainage, the storm drain pipes. With our last heavy rainstorm that we had on December 17th, Inlet Cove was inundated with water that could not drain fast enough on Sunlet Bend, Belmead Hall, Evening Bend, and Peppervine. And right now, the discussion is to have the water drained in Pond 1, which is between Sunlet Bend and Peppervine. We were also told by Kika that they would put Envirolock on both sides, and we still don't have that Envirolock on both sides. So we are still experiencing erosion on those sides. Then in another section, there's a discussion about erosion prevention, and it says, I have a question about exactly where is the third ingress egress to the construction site located? I'm looking at the map that was on that, and I have no idea where it is. So with all of the recommendations that are listed in this document, are they required of the developer? Will they actually implement all these recommendations? Will the Public Works Manager, Brian Gottschalk, make these recommendations actual requirements? What steps are being taken to involve the associations, Riverview, Inlet Cove, and cottage owners in this process? Communication with the associations and our legal representative has been minimal at best. Where is the transparency in this matter? I'm going to clarify, not saying that the town isn't doing a good job of interacting with us, but definitely the developer. I believe more time is needed before any approval of the site plans is given with any type of conditions. These plans need to be submitted with all concerns corrected before any approval is given. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lucas, did you catch all of those so that you can respond during your present?
I believe so.
Okay.
Definitely the first portion where the no recommendation sections are, the last portion with the egress, maybe we could talk about.
And Stephanie, just to reiterate, so it kind of raised a good question, but so all the recommendations of Weston and Sampson have been forwarded as essentially requirements. They have now been incorporated, embraced by the planning staff.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Snowden, also at Inlet Cove. This afternoon, I'm speaking not only for myself, but also for neighbors who couldn't attend in person but are on virtually. I very much look forward to hearing today's Beachwalker project update from Weston and Sampson. And I am delighted that the impacted HOA's requests for such a study were heard and produced these peer reviews. As I reviewed Weston and Sampson's January 5th and February 1st memos, I was particularly concerned by two sections. First, on page 3 of the January 5th memo, it states, quote, "Additionally, we investigated the proposed drainage at the site to determine how it will impact the existing drainage system. According to the most recent set of plans, stormwater will not be directly connected to the existing pipe network along Beachwalker Drive. The proposed outfall for the development will be routed to Pond 1 behind the Kiowa Island Community Association's Commercial Pass Office before entering the Tidal Creek located between Sunlit Bend and Peppervine Street," end quote. I did not see anything further from Weston and Sampson about the inlet's ability to handle the additional runoff from this proposed development. As has already been noted, during our last storm, this inlet, which happens to be behind my house, was already at capacity. I have concerns about its ability to handle additional volume. Second, as stated in section 3.3 of the January 5th memo, quote, 3.3 hydrologic computational methods 3.3.1 inputs, design storm precipitation data from the South Carolina State Climatology Office is provided for use on projects in Charleston County. However, the applicant has used precipitation data obtained from the South Carolina DHEC Stormwater Management BMP Handbook in the supplied stormwater calculations, which utilize lower rainfall amounts during the more frequent 2-year and 10-year storm events. It's recommended that the applicant provide updated stormwater calculations utilizing the precipitation data provided by the State Climatology Office for Charleston County to demonstrate how the stormwater management system functions during these more frequently occurring storm events, end quote. It appears the developer is using more conservative precipitation estimates that may have a material effect on stormwater management and other related issues. This, coupled with the first point, makes me very concerned about the impact of this project. The report makes other valid concerns regarding parking and other compliance issues. Unfortunately, the report does not include the potential impacts to surrounding communities, including the neighboring HOAs and Captain Sam Spett. Understanding these impacts was an important part of the impacted HOA's request last fall. We do not believe the town should protect the developer's rights at the expense of either the homeowner's rights or the sustainability of the Spett. I have not yet seen the comments from the town indicating how they plan to respond to these recommendations, and I look forward to the council's oversight to ensure Weston and Sampson's recommendations are followed. Because today's agenda does not explicitly include the revised Ocean Pine site plan or plan development proposal for Upper Beachwalker, I'll not comment on those other than to restate the expectation that Ocean Pines needs to comply with all applicable regulations and that the council not consider any plan development for the Upper Beachwalker parcels that doesn't meet the conditions that the HOAs have provided to the developer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
John Grierson, 109 Bobcat Lane, president of the HOA for Riverview. We echo all those comments. It's understood, I think, that Weston and Sampson had gone out to Inlet Cove and met with them. I guess we would like that same courtesy to have a chance to meet with you guys as well for our community, as we have same concerns as they do. And we do appreciate the work you're doing. As for the Beachwalker plans, I guess one point of clarification is this issue of covenants that was brought up in the letter that our attorney did send, and Mr. Belt alluded it today. Has the staff and John commented back that it does not comply with those restrictive covenants in the comments back to the partner on those site plans? I don't know if that can be answered. If somebody could answer that. So my comment would be, Our attorney sent a
We'll
note.
get back with you on that, John.
What was that?
We'll get back with you on that.
And so, yeah, and I appreciate that. But the point being is that our attorney brought it to the attention of the elected officials to find that out or to ask that question. Because if it is included, it makes it much more difficult to develop that parcel if you have to follow those restrictive covenants. But our expectation is that it wasn't an open-ended thing. It was, yes, it has been or it hasn't been. And I think, that would have been found out if somebody looked at that letter and asked those questions. And maybe it has been, and so I may be jumping that. But it seems like an issue of contention. So, and the last thing I'll say is, and it got brought up here, is the spit. And I love everything that's happening, but since you guys did mention that it's on you, it would be great for the community to understand what actually is your process to the next steps and the timelines to get that rest of that piece preserved as it's understood it should be. So if at some point you could give us a follow-up to what is actually the process now that the ball's in your court, because Kika did what they did, so that we would understand when we can expect that piece to be preserved indefinitely. Thank you.
Other comments? Okay. That's it? The fun part of my day. Chief? Does everybody know? Proclamation for you. This is his day. Assistant Chief Jack Stanley. The town of Kiel wishes to honor and thank you, Chief, for 43 years of dedicated service to the St. Johns Fire District and to the town of Kiel Island. Think back with your own employment and how many of you logged in 43 years. Has benefited from Chief Stanley's experience and his ability during the years he's served, and a dedicated representative to the town's Public Safety Committee. He attended meetings to report on the events, and some of them were quite contentious. We work with respect and admiration of all of us. I've had the personal pleasure to work with the chief, with his presence and his expertise. We wish him a great deal of happiness in retirement and much success in the future. Be it resolved, today is Deputy Chief Jackie Stanley Day.
Council, you guys sit down. I'm surprised.
There first.
Did you want to say something like this one?
Not over.
Oh, it's not over. I was going to say.
So, Lord Sophie Tomas, I was thank you for your 2 years I mentioned. Retired Deputy Chief Jackie Stanley, 1982. Now, behind every good man is a great woman. Yes. Thank Ms. Stanley for her years dealing with him. And Carl Nelson, this is a little token from the town.
Thank you.
And I appreciate everything. You have shown a lot of leadership abilities, and when people they don't know that you're actually the first African-American deputy chief for St. John's Police Department. I mean, fire department. Yes.
I'd like to thank everyone. Very supportive. Like I said, John, I know John a long time. Met just about a lot of you in this room. Very appreciative for serving the public. I'd like to thank everyone.
Thank you. want to give them a second. I think they want to leave. I said, give them a second.
You're welcome to stay.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's one of those things we tend to take for granted. We shouldn't. We shouldn't. These guys work very, very, very hard to make sure that we're safe. So, okay. Now, you're going to give credits for everything we can learn about this safety on the water, right? Becky's another one that's been around for a long time. Make sure that our drinking water is safe.
Hi, I'm Becky Dennis with the utility company, Director of Operations, and I love serving this community. I've been doing it for 45 years, and I'm just really proud to be a part of this beautiful community. So thanks for the privilege for being here. Recently, I was asked by Stephanie to give a presentation on PFAS. There was an article and some communication that had been circulating around the community, and some concerns about the levels of PFAS in the water. And so I thought the best thing for me to do would be to reach out to our regulators. And I've asked Doug Keinert, who is the director of this Drinking Water Protection Division of DHEC, to come and be here and give a presentation and maybe help me answer some questions. He's the expert, not me, but he is more in the loop of the current activities that are going on with the regulation. And also, our president, Craig Sorensen, is here. They both came down from Columbia today for the meeting, so I'd like to thank both of them for being here today.
Good afternoon. I'm Director of the Drinking Water Protection Division at DHEC. I'll come talk about PFAS. I'm not going to try to trip over pronouncing what PFAS stands for, but it's what everybody's referring to as forever chemicals. And they are making a lot of news these days. So where is it? In everything just about that we use on a daily basis. And to be perfectly honest with you, PFAS chemicals have really improved consumer products in a lot of meaningful ways. But it's just now over the last maybe 10 to 15 years has come out that there may be some long-term health effects to some of the, they've revised some of the formulas to try to make them less of a problem, but we still have some legacy. And the reason we do that is because they do not break down in the environment, and they are recycled through wastewater treatment, to drinking water treatment, to release in the air deposition, leachate from landfills. All of these contribute to recycling these forever chemicals in the environment. So EPA has been concerned about that. And I want to give just a little bit of a history of PFAS in South Carolina and where we've gone and what we've done. Back, EPA every now and again will put out what they call an unregulated contaminant monitoring rule, where we look for contaminants that are not regulated to determine what their prevalence in the environment and drinking water is. So from 2013 to 15, we did that monitoring in South Carolina, and PFAS chemicals were included with that monitoring. We looked at all of our large systems and some small systems. We took a total of 493 samples during that time period, and we had a single detect at a surface water system in the upstate. And that was, we sampled it 4 times. We only got 1 detection at one time. We were happy. We said, we're golden. We don't have a PFAS problem in South Carolina. Then we started going to some national conferences, drinking water conferences, and we were hearing people like Michigan, where they do have a really bad PFAS problem, some places where it's manufactured. And we were told that the detection limits in UCMR 3 were too high, and that if we weren't finding PFAS in our state, we weren't looking hard enough or low enough. So we came back and talked to our upper management at DHEC, and we developed what became known as our PFAS drinking water strategy. I always like to give credit where credit is due. None of y'all know who Cal Maurer is, but he was the primary author. He was a PhD person from our area that was very adept at writing this type of strategy. But what we wanted to do, we weren't looking for sources of PFAS. We just wanted to go test all of our community drinking water wells and systems in the state to determine how much of it we had and where it might be. We had limited funds and resources in the beginning from 2000 to 2020 to 21. We focused on the biggest systems serving the most number of people. And then we got additional funding for phase 2, 2022 and 2023, and we went to look for the rest of them. We have all of the information from phase 1 of the strategy is on our website. If anyone, we actually have a lot of information about these chemicals on our website. Just some numbers. In phase 1, we did all 55 surface water treatment plants in the state, including Charleston, the Hanahan plant. We looked at large groundwater systems, and that monitoring covered about 3.9 million people served by community water systems, which is about 95%. Phase 2 was a lot more sources because we were looking at the smaller systems and a lot more of the small systems. So we had to go back and get about 600 additional wells that we sampled in phase 2. We're wrapping that up right now, and once we get that wrapped up, we will have a report or at least a summary on our webpage as well. Just going through some limitations of I'm going to give a little bit of the data, what we found, but some of the limitations, we only took a single sample from each source unless we had a detection that was elevated, and if we did, we went and did confirmation sampling for that. We are still waiting on a handful of lab results, which we should have very shortly. Okay, the two chemicals, the PFAS chemicals are, I've heard anything from 9,000 to 14,000 different compounds that are out there in the environment. The two that everyone seemed to be the most concerned about were the older ones. One of the chemicals, and I can't remember which is which, but one of them was in like Scotchgard, and anything what makes them really good in consumer products is they're water repellent, they're stain repellent, and just nothing seems to stick to it. But the PFOA and PFOS, the other one was in firefighting foam. So anywhere where airports or anywhere did training with firefighting foam, or anytime when they were trying to extinguish aviation fuel, then this was very useful for that. And as a matter of fact, the Department of Defense says that they really, until they find something else, they can't completely do away with it. Although most of these two chemicals for most products were discontinued voluntarily by the manufacturers. But of the surface water plants, almost half of them had a detection above 4 parts per trillion. Now, I don't know, it's kind of hard to imagine what a part per trillion is. I think Becky said it's like a drop of water in an Olympic-sized swimming pool. It's very, very low amounts. We've never had any drinking water contaminants where we're looking this low to try to find them. But 4 parts per trillion, I use that because that's the lowest reliable detection limit we can get with current technology. But again, almost half had hits above that 4 parts per trillion. 2 were between 10 and 20, and we had no results above 20. So we're looking at really, really low levels. With groundwater systems, however, we had a lot less hits. Of course, we would expect that. A lot of these drinking water wells are in isolated locations, and we only hit about 5.2%, but we had some really high numbers, over 100 parts per trillion. We did have a set of water systems, mobile home parks around Shaw Air Force Base that were directly impacted by firefighting activities at Shaw Air Force Base, and we didn't include this in that data because we know exactly where that come from. One of the things about the groundwater sources that really surprised us is a lot of them were in the middle of nowhere, places where you would think there would be no potential sources of any of these chemicals. But what one cluster was around Lake Murray, and we got a couple of theories about that. We really don't know where it came from, but we're thinking between perhaps septic tanks in the area that were hydraulically pushed, the discharges will push back toward the well, or coming from the lake itself over time, if it makes its way through fissures and cracks into the wells that around the lake. And that's where our highest values were found. Again, we're not 100% sure how to explain that. Some other things we have done, we've had media briefings, a couple of them. One of them focused on the PFAS in drinking water, and we wanted to educate the media about what we were doing and why we were doing it. We focused, in the second media briefing, we focused on the proposed MCL. Now, one of the things that came out of our drinking water strategy is the leader of our bureau at the time, Dr. Mike Marcus, he said, well, let's go look at ambient water, the streams and rivers, and see what we're finding there. And we did an ambient PFAS strategy. And then from there, we moved into private wells because we think the private well, they're not regulated in the state, but we feel like those folks need to understand if they have high levels of these compounds in their private wells. And that's kind of just a quick overview of it. I didn't know if there were specific questions that anybody wanted me to try to answer. I'd be happy to do that.
Is there a half-life to this stuff? I mean, do they, I mean, is it like, it's just like it entered the, oh gosh. You detected it like 10 years ago. Is it as toxic as it is 10 years later? I mean, does it degrade in any way, or?
It doesn't degrade naturally in the environment. There are ways to destroy it. If you, active ways where you're actually trying to do that to break. It's a chlorine, a carbon fluorine bond, and breaking that bond is very difficult. It's a very strong bond. And it's not natural. It doesn't naturally break down just say in the river to stream. Some of the treatment processes, like through wastewater treatment plants, can affect it, but it doesn't eliminate it. Again, that's why it's aptly named Forever Chemicals.
Are these all carcinogens? Do you know that, or do we know that?
I'm not a toxicologist or medical person. I'm an engineer. They're suspected. They'll have several different things they're suspected of maybe causing. That's one of the things about explaining risk in drinking water is everything is based on some science. I don't understand the science, and I don't know. You'll have one group find one thing, and you'll have another group that says something, a little bit different. But not being a toxicologist, I don't really understand what the potential health effects would be.
Thank you.
This came to my attention a couple of months ago where there was a newspaper article, I believe the Post and Courier, that had a link to a website. To my alarm, the Kiowa area reported very, very high PFAS, and it was a red spot on the state. And I was looking for information about whether we have a problem or not, and I haven't heard anything.
The Kiowa is participating in the EPA unregulated contaminant monitoring. We do it quarterly, and we send the samples out, and they're analyzed by an outside lab, EPA's outside lab. Kiowa buys all of its water from Charleston through Johns Island. We buy our water from Johns Island, but we do nothing to it to alter the water coming to Kiowa. The sample point for these samples are at the meter pit, right past the meter, which is where St. John's delivers water to Kiowa. So it's done right up here near the roundabout is where the meter is. So this, the 4 parts per trillion, that limit that was produced or recommended, it's a recommendation, it's not even the final, is that, and they haven't come out, and I'll let Doug speak to that in a minute, but that 4, our limit, I mean, our sample was like 4.1, so it wasn't an exorbitant amount over that limit. Charleston Water is about the same. Charleston is doing extensive studies right now to try to, they're doing pilot studies to try to come up with a way to reduce that amount. And it's a very, very expensive process. And, you know, the fact is that if that 4 stays the limit, then there's going to be some tremendous expense on the provider side, which is going to flow down, of course. You know, I mean, cost flows down to the end user. And, but, you know, the 4, and I guess when you said it was exorbitant, you know, I don't think, I mean, it was above the 4, but it wasn't like it was the 10 or 20 that they had upstate. And also, one of the questions that came out in that, the questions that I addressed was that St. John's, that Johns Island did not have any hits on their, you know, on them, that they were within the range. Well, they haven't even started their testing yet. They don't even begin their testing until January of 2025. So, you know, but it's all Charleston Water. So,
Okay, but what I'm not yet hearing is at what level is this considered a health emergency? All I know is from the Post and Courier article, there was a red spot on the island of Kiowa. So you've tested and you found 4 parts per trillion. At what point does it become a concern for people to drink the water? Plus, you indicated it was in a test pit near Freshfields. Should we not be fishing in this area anymore? I'm not getting any information of where the level of concern is.
and I'll let Doug address that, because
Again, not being at all invasive, we're trying not to be. This is a really difficult thing to ask. EPA has proposed a level of 4 parts per trillion, which is the lowest level we can reliably test. You know, the World Health Organization has a health advisory at 100 parts per trillion. 2 years ago, EPA's health advisory was 70 parts per trillion. So it's some states have done their own toxicological work, and it's really all over the board. It's very difficult. Again, with my background, I can read it and I can tell you what, people say. I can't tell you whether or not, that's a level of acceptable risk to you drinking the water. I drink tap water every day and I don't think twice about it. And I've been doing this for 30 years. So, take that for what it's worth, but it's a personal decision for every person as to whether or not they can research it and talk to their health professionals and decide whether or not, that you need to be concerned at that level. Again, there's no consistent agreement on what would constitute a level that's a threat to public health, in my opinion.
But that's the information I'm looking for, though.
Yeah.
That's why you guys were here. And I don't want to know about the history of PFAS. I want to know about the health concerns. Are there legitimate health concerns or not? And that's the part that we're not hearing.
And I think part of that is communication with your customers. Russ knows there was the article from last November that appeared in USA Today, then in Post and Courier.
That's right, it was USA Today.
USA Today, and I think Post and Courier picked it up, that showed, based upon the lab testing, simple lab, that showed elevated levels of forever chemicals in Kiowa and other parts of the country relative to 90% of the country. And that obviously caused some concern, it can cause some concern on us because we're
why you guys are here.
responsible for the health, safety, and welfare. And anybody else that read this article goes, wait a second, is my water safe to drink? And without any kind of further communication, just having that sit out there is cause some consternation, and that is why you're here.
Right.
And if the water is unsafe and at what level, what do we do about that? What's your recommendation out to the public?
That was my question. What kind of filter, does a reverse osmosis filter take it out?
Yes.
Okay. Reverse osmosis.
Granular activated carbon would work as well. It's cheaper than reverse osmosis. One thing with reverse osmosis, if you do like a whole house, you got to be careful you don't make your water very corrosive because it removes all the buffering.
But you can do it right under your kitchen sink.
Yes,
where you drink.
that's
Yeah,
right.
That's
Yeah,
what we
yeah.
do.
But that is one other part of it. I mean, for folks that are concerned, there are relatively inexpensive ways to protect yourself if you're concerned. Like I said, a granular activated carbon, you can get a tap mounted filter, just screw into your kitchen sink and use that water for drinking and cooking, and then you get rid of most of it. I mean, I think most of them are certified down to the 70 parts per trillion, which at the levels we're talking about, I think you would get it down below non-detect with just a regular carbon filter. Yes?
You mentioned the EPA has already put a limit on that of 4.
It's proposed. It isn't final, and we're hearing that may not be the final.
If it is, though, do you guys have to abide by that, or does you do?
And the water systems will have to meet that.
Just for anyone who's concerned, we got a whole home filter that's a carbon system. So all of our water in the house is filtered with the carbon, and then on top of it, we have a reverse osmosis system. And I paid for a independent water lab testing to come out, and it took everything out with just the carbon filter. But we also use the reverse osmosis just to be
You know
safe.
the cost of that?
Around 6,000.
Well, it's actually 8,000.
Yes, it
6,000 for the, I have a $6,000 system just to filter, but the entire water in the house, and then around about a 2,000 just at the at one of my kitchen faucets.
For the reverse osmosis, the carbon.
Carbon.
Our whole house was 6, and the reverse osmosis was maybe 1,000, but that's all with labor and stuff included.
Like a tap mounted carbon filter is like $30, I think. But you got to replace the cartridges. That's a very important part of getting carbon filters is if you don't replace the the media, you can potentially grow bacteria, but you don't want that.
So I would like to, refer to what Councilman Bell just said about communication. Because my reaction was exactly like Bryant's and Russ. We probably opened that website at the same time when the article came out, and we saw Kiaba being red, and the rest of our vicinity was white, which I understand is because they were not testing around us, compared to us. But it was really a communication problem. So I would like to invite you both to be part of our podcast series in the coming weeks, where we sit down with people and talk about problems like this and then publish it out to the community. I think that would probably help greatly to inform our community a little bit more about the situation, the severeness, the comparisons, but also the measures that individual homeowners could take, if that would be okay with you both.
I think that would be fine. I might even ask our state toxicologist to participate. She's really got it.
But we don't want to get too technical. We still have to submit the message.
Well, her specialty is risk communication, which I think is what we're trying to get at here. And she's actually something, if you're interested, if you go on our website and look under PFAS, I alluded to the media briefings we've done. I believe they are all linked online, so you can go and see what we've presented to the media. And we do have a lot of things in there about risk communication and that kind of thing. And we're doing another one on Friday. This is focused on private wells, but it will also address the risk issue. So if you want to go look for that online, it's, I think they're still linked on our website.
Well, I was more looking for maybe a good platform to really bring it to our community, and the podcasts have worked
But
pretty well for that.
I was really talking to the audience. If they want to go, if they want to go on there and look at that, it will give some background, more background than I've given today, with some speakers that know more about it than I do, too.
Yes.
Yes.
Are you guys familiar with the ewg.org website? Do you find that pretty valid, or?
You know, if I'm a working group, I have mixed feelings. I think some of the work they're trying to do is positive, but they'll go out for any contaminant. They'll find the lowest possible level that anybody has ever even postulated might be a risk, and they use that to compare people's drinking water. And at the bottom of the page, they try to sell filters.
Right.
So, you know, everybody has to look. In my opinion, I think their evaluation of risk is overblown in a lot of these things. But that's my professional and personal opinion. Does not represent DHEC's opinion as a whole. Just.
Becky and Doug, thank you very, very much for coming down here, and we'll take you up on, or you'll take us up on, have a podcast. The different filtering systems, if there's some specifics, websites, links, or something like that that you would know that you could share with Aaron and Jim, we could send that out for those, residents that wish to take advantage of that or something. That would be very helpful. Okay.
And I'd just like to make a closing comment, if it's closing, is that we didn't just ignore the request to be here, and we felt like coming to council was the right step toward communicating. And we were scheduled to come in January, but we had the storm in January, and then we thought council it just didn't work out to be able to be here. So I just didn't want the audience to feel like we were just ignoring the issue, that we take it serious. We take the water serious. All of our sampling, we are in compliance with everything. And, and we are not out of compliance from the standpoint of it being a recommended level. We're above the recommended level, but that is not the limit that is set yet. But we do take it serious, and, and we'll work with you to try to get the information out.
So well, first of all, thanks for being here. That was really important to us. And I really appreciate that you made the effort to come here, even from all the way up state. I have a second question, which I think probably relates more to Kiowa Utility. So I installed this little chemical factory in my basement to filter the entire water that gets into my house right at the source where it comes in from the street. I had that installed professionally. 3 weeks later, the guy came back for maintenance because he wanted to make sure everything works. He cleaned the filter, and I was shocked that after 3 weeks of operation, the filter was brown. Don't know what it is, but at my source, and I know that also happened to some other community members who have actually the same system, and friends of mine bought the same system for their house after my experience, and we have seen exactly the same, that after a relatively short period of time, the regular filter, is not white anymore, but it's a good amount of brown. Could you comment on that?
Filter's doing what it's supposed to do.
I agree, but somebody, before we installed this is what we were consuming. So I was wondering if you do actually studies away from your water system, actually at where we get it, and if you know what actually substances are in the water that goes into all our homes. Okay. Because of the delivery, maybe through the pipes, or I don't know what it is. Could you comment on that a little?
I don't know what was in your system. What came out in your filter, I don't know if, Craig, do you have any comments on, because I know you've.
Yeah, no, and if I can say just real briefly on the PFAS again, just like to underscore that the science isn't settled yet. So that's kind of what we're dealing with, and the circumstances and the outcomes are so, broad in range that, a 4-part solution is much different than a 100-part solution. And obviously, we want to do what's right, but want to be smart when we do it. And like I said, the amounts haven't even been settled yet from EPA. So there's that. I would say on the filter question, there's all sorts of things that we test for daily, and that Charleston and St. John's water test for daily, and those are reported in our annual report that we share with all of our customers. So that's out there. I would say that this is a long network of pipes that goes from the producer to St. John's, to us, to the ultimate consumer. But I don't have any concern drinking the tap water, just like Doug didn't. Matter of fact, I went and got a cup earlier. It's difficult to say what the brown issue. It could be iron. It could be something like that is sediment. From.
Well, I hope that's what it is, but still, this is not what I'm paying for. Right? And, I appreciate certainly that you're testing and measuring and monitoring, et cetera, at your source and wherever probably your water tower is, et cetera. But where you really should test is the water that comes out of our faucets. And I was shocked when the technician from Kinetico or whatever that company is showed me his filter. And I'm sure it is some kind of sediment or residues from the pipes, etc. But again, this is the water we pay for, because I don't think I pay for the water in the tank. I pay for the water that comes through the system, through the pipes to my house, and that's what I drink. I'm not saying that I'm greatly concerned about this, so I drink my water and I'm happy. Now I'm older, so it's probably not so important anymore. But it is a concern after I saw that filter system, and I wanted to alert you about that situation, and I think you're measuring at the wrong points, or at not all the points where you should measure your water quality that you sell to us. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
If I can follow up on that, all extraordinarily good points. I guess I would ask you all, is there an opportunity, apart from the podcast, which I think is a good idea, to be more proactive with the community, offer to anybody who wants it, or some limited number, the first number of people, to come out and test the water at the source? I mean, at the end of the day, this is Kiowa Island Utility. It's just Kiowa Island. There are only 4,500 homes here. Only 1,000 of those are full-time occupied. But I think there might be some comfort derived on the part of the community to see Kiowa Island Utility responding to this in a very proactive way to make sure that there is no reason to be concerned.
Okay, thank you.
Are you suggesting just for the
Well, I'm not necessarily. I don't know enough to say that there might be other issues, such as Councilmember Heidingsfelder's experience, that might be worth looking at. So just so, I mean, this issue is now surfaced. People are aware of it, and appreciate that the science is uncertain. But when it makes national news that we're higher than a proposed standard, even though that standard hasn't been adopted, it raises questions. That's all.
Becky, if it'd help, we'll send an official letter requesting, I think it's a good suggestion, to do some type of a sampling, whatever the standard practice may be for numbers of homes and things like that. We'll make a request of you to do.
Get with you on that.
Do that. Okay.
And I'm happy to be a test case before and after my filter system, so.
Thank you.
Thank you again for coming.
We appreciate the chance to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, and I will reach out to both of you for the podcast.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For those that you don't know, this is an annual report. Steve's been here many, many, many
It's
times.
not like you can't do this yourself, but I just figured I'd run through it.
All right.
There you go.
Thank you very much. Good to see you again. Thank you for having me. My name is Stephen Trainum. I'm president of Coastal Science and Engineering, and here to give an update on the beach. And I know there's some new council members or things, so I'm going to try to go through this very quickly because I know you have a very full agenda. So at any point, if you have a question in the middle, please stop me. That's okay. But I'm going to try to go through this very quickly and then kind of be here to respond to questions as necessary. Just as a little background, our company was started in 1984 by Dr. Tim Khanna. And before he even started that company, he worked for Dr. Miles Hayes, who was hired by the original owners of the island prior to the development. They actually did a study of the island and assisted in recommending, a development plan for the island that's so far has been a pretty successful plan where you haven't had homes and properties, threatened by erosion like many of our beaches in the state. So to kind of set the scene, Kiawah is about a 10-mile long barrier island. You have a very large inlet on the north side, the Stonelew Inlet, or more the east side. Captain Sam's Inlet, and then the North Edisto River kind of serves as the southern boundary of your littoral cell. So you have a lot of sand moving around within that area. You do get your sand from Folly Beach, so we can send them thank you letters, but it does go through Stonelew Inlet over time. And I'll show you how that attaches to the beach here in just a second. But Kiawah has been one of the most accretional islands and stable islands in the state. Kiawah Island, Sullivan's, Isle of Palms, and a couple of places in the Grand Strand are really our only beaches that are growing naturally. And so you benefit from that sand coming from the beaches to your north. And overall, your island's very healthy. That being said, there are a couple of areas that have been either stable or losing very small amounts of sand in the recent history. And then anywhere near the ends of an island, up and down the coast near the inlets, are highly dynamic. And you can get situations where you get a lot of accretion for a period of a couple of years, followed by a lot of erosion. And this is to show why that happens. And it's a process called shoal bypassing. And what happens during that process is sand falls into the inlets. The ebb currents, which are stronger currents, push that sand out into the ocean, and then waves try to push that sand back towards the beach. And it does that by forming these shoals that slowly migrate onto the beach over the period of a couple of years. And this shows a cycle happening from 1977 to 79 on the left side. You see a sandbar that's offshore, and then in the bottom photo, it's migrated onshore from a slightly different angle. Another cycle in 1983 that had recently attached, and then another one forming in 1986. So on the order of every 5 to 10 years, and it's not an exact science, but you'll get these shoals coming on shore. A very large shoal event, actually 2 large shoal events, occurred in the 90s and into the mid-aughts. And what happened with that, if you look on the image on in the center image there, a very large shoal attached to the east end basically created a new barrier island that was a couple of miles long seaward of the ocean course, about 2,000 feet seaward of the old shoreline. It trapped that water body between that new barrier and the old barrier, and that was flushed by a channel that started to encroach into the driving range of the ocean course and started to get very close to the 18th green and some of the holes on the back 9. So in 2006, we did a large-scale restoration project where we moved that inlet to the north. And if you look on the right side at the very top of the image, you see the water, the new channel there. And moved about 500,000 yards of sand to restore the shoreline along the ocean course and build up a dike where the old inlet was. And that project did pretty well. The channel moved around. It actually opened in a new spot in 2007 and then just kind of fluctuated back and forth up until about 2014. And then in 2014, the channel had migrated back towards the ocean course. So in 2015, we did a much smaller scale project because the beach hadn't eroded near to the level it had in the first project. And we moved about 100,000 yards. So since then, we've been monitoring the beach. It's been highly dynamic. We've had a couple more shoal bypass events happening. In 2015, we also had the last Captain Sam's Inlet relocation project, which is a project that is completely sponsored by the Seabrook Island Property Owners Association. And I think there's a easement arrangement with the developer and the town to relocate the Captain Sam's Inlet. About every 15 years is that timeline, but again, that can change by several years on either end. The previous one was in 1996, so it was almost 20 years between the last two events. So that one's been evolving, and that inlet moves 200 to 300 feet every year to the south. We have a system of 61 profiles that we survey. So we take our GPS equipment starting from behind the dune and capture the shape of the beach, and then we tie in our boat. So we actually go far offshore to capture all the sandbars and the sand moving underwater. And we break the beach down into 6 different reaches, I'm sorry, to calculate how much sand is coming and going on your beach every year. And just to kind of point out, the center part of the island between West Beach and Turtle Point reaches there, 2 and 3. That's really the area where it's been most stable, or we have seen some erosion occurring in the past. Kiowa Spit, there's a big volume change in 2015 because we cut off about 1 million yards of the island that is now, or at that point was on Seabrook. So you're, as that spit grows, you gain that sand back. Just to kind of set where things are a little different now than where they've been historically. This next couple of slides I took from a presentation I gave last week to the South Carolina Beach Advocates. Over the past 10 years, DNR has logged 30 named storms that have impacted the South Carolina coast. That's a very significant increase from the prior 10 to 15 years, as long as I've been working down here. And several of those were direct landfalls in South Carolina. Hurricanes Matthew and Irma were the 2 principal ones. But even the storm like we had in December, that was the 4th highest water level ever recorded in Charleston Harbor. It was the highest water level for any non-hurricane weather event. Over the past 10 years, we've had 7 FEMA declared disasters. There were only 3 from 2000 to 2012. And those all were tropical storms in 2004. So we've just been hit a lot by a lot of storms, and that's set the beaches back up and down the coast. We are really seeing areas that have been historically stable or gaining sand. We've been getting a lot of calls from those communities because they're having erosion issues they've never had before. And part of that reason might be because sea level rise is accelerating. We try not to get into the models and the predictions, but looking at the past 20 years of data, we're seeing a big uptick in sea level rise up and down the coast, the southeast coast. My colleague gave a talk on this again last week, and just real quick, without going into the details of the data here, if you look from 2013 to 2023, the past 10 years, what's shown here are the blue line is the predicted water level. If you look up a tide chart, this is what NOAA tells you the tides are supposed to be. The orange are the actual measured water levels. And you can see over the past 10 years how much more elevated the orange line is above the blue line compared to 2013 on the left side. So what that means is the tides aren't going out as far as they used to go. Everything's just shifted up. And really, we've seen about 5 inches of sea level rise in the past 15 years. That's a very substantial jump. Now, we know if you look at the history, I'll go back here. Sea level does kind of stair step. It's somewhat of a roller coaster, and that roller coaster trends up, but that trend does look like it's trending up even faster.
Steve,
Yes.
that doesn't make sense. I mean, your blue is your actual.
The blue is the predicted.
Oh, I'm sorry. The blue is the predicted, the orange is the actual. Well, somewhere along the line,
It should be changing
it
the
should be
prediction.
changing the prediction.
Right,
It doesn't-
yeah,
you know,
exactly.
I don't,
No, and you're right. And that's actually what,
like my household budget, this is what we're supposed to spend. We're spending all of this, and like,
yeah, that's actually what kind of brought us to look at this for the talk we did last week. Is we're dealing with some emergency situations, and we were looking at the tides every week to see how's this beach going to hold up. And it would never, the tides were always half a foot to a foot above the predicted tide, even under good weather. And the tidal predictions here are based off of a 19-year record that I think ended in 2002, somewhere around there. So those predictions haven't been updated to the new sea level. Sea level is rising constantly. They don't update those predictions. They do that, on a very infrequent interval. So yes, if they were to re-predict those tides, they would shift those blue lines up
For sure.
that 5 to 6 inches. But it's very significant because if you are making decisions based off of these predictions, you need to account for, well, add 6 inches to every tide, even under good weather.
Yeah.
So but that's NOAA
That's the NOAA tide charts they're the ones that typically most other tide applications utilize for, third-party services.
So can we get better predictions from CSE or DNR or somebody?
We can add 6, add 6 inches, but.
Well, the Europeans have been lately very well.
Yeah, and I'm not sure of NOAA's
predictions.
schedule on when they plan on updating those tidal epochs, but yeah, it's just something to be aware of that, when you're making these decisions, the sea levels are higher than what they have been. Okay. And just last real data graph here, if we look at the 2000 to 2012 or 13 period, that 3.2x, the 3.2 is the slope in millimeters. So sea levels are rising at about 3 millimeters per year over that time. From 2011 to 2013, it's about 12 millimeters per year. So about half an inch per year over that time. And again, this isn't looking at model data and the difference between satellites and tide records. This is just the measured record in Charleston Harbor. We also looked at just overall beach changes up and down the state. You can see in 2016, 2017 at the bottom, that was Hurricanes Matthew and Irma. Statewide, we had highly erosional periods, but even in the past 3 years, it's been a lot more erosional than we've seen in prior years. That's way too much data to go into right now. So some key events that happened in 2022 to 2023, we had a large-scale shoal attachment at the east end. We had Hurricane Idalia last year, and then the December nor'easter. This photo was taken right after the nor'easter up at the ocean course. The lagoon that has been there since that 2015 project is largely filled in. There's still a little bit of water left in there, but that's something that we left that lagoon for habitat preservation, knowing that it was going to evolve over time, and it's just still hanging on, but offers some good shorebird habitat. To look at a couple of slides here, the shoal attachment, this is 2019, and you see that the breakers on the very bottom of the image there. The next year, you have a lot more exposed sand and a lot closer to the shore. You see the shore building out behind it. That's the signature of the beach response. By 2021, it is just about attached to the beach. And in 2022, it's attached on the east side. And here in 2023, it's trying to attach on the west side, but now we have another channel, just like we had in the 2005 and 2015 conditions. So it's
Same thing.
Exact same process. We can tell you why it's happening, but we can't tell you exactly when and how the sand's going to move around, and you just kind of have to work with it. This is looking at, again, I won't go into the details here, but we've been looking at the channels and the flushing of those lagoon systems, and where we're at right now on that bottom image is that flushing channel is starting to encroach a little bit onto our closure dike, which is that kind of linear feature in the middle of the photo there. That's where we closed off the old channel in 2015. And it is somewhat of a concern because we don't want that channel to get back into the ocean course again. So I'll discuss options on that in a little bit. Real quick, looking at volume changes, and again, I don't want to go too much into the details of the volumes here. You see on the Kiowa Spit side where it jumps down significantly, that's the Captain Sam's project where we donated some sand to Seabrook Island temporarily. But the West Beach and the Turtle Point, that's your main front beach developed area. Been relatively stable. You had a period of erosion there around 2015 or so, but the beaches kind of fluctuated, but ocean course has gained a lot of sand from the prior shoal bypass events. The lagoon area east of the ocean course is highly dynamic, and the Stono Inlet shoreline has been pretty erosional. That's been retreating towards the west.
So to this chart, where would the bars be if you measure it today after the northeastern on December 17th?
That's a good question. A lot of times what a storm will do is move sand from the dune area out into the low tide zone. So it might develop an underwater bar, and then over calmer weather conditions, that bar will move back up to the beach and restore the beach. So you may not have a lot of total volume loss, even if you have a lot of dune recession. That's the natural beach recovery cycle, but you may not see that sand until later in the summer when
the
we
wind
have
comes.
those beach building type conditions. Won't go into this in detail, but just highlight that area around line number 20 and 22. That's at the east end of Eugenia Avenue and the Mariners Watch area. And there's the only place where if you look at the black line and the red line, the black line is lower than the red line, meaning the volume of sand in that area is actually lower than it was in 1999, but similar condition to where it was in 2007. Everywhere else, we've got a much healthier beach than we had in 1999 and 2007. We skip a lot of years just not to clutter it up too much, but again, that's the area where we've seen the most erosion. This is the same chart on the left, but just showing the actual shoreline position instead of the volume of sand. So there, basically between the sanctuary and the eastern half of Eugenia Avenue is where the shoreline's really not changed a whole lot, or we've seen a little bit of erosion since 2007. The other area is the Beach Club, just west of the ocean course. That area was set back very significantly during the hurricanes of Matthew and Irma, and we're still seeing the shorelines there about 50 to 60 feet landward of where it was before those storms. We've seen some recovery, but not full recovery. And that's reflected on the image of the right. You can see the black line, the dune up there at the top of it is left or landward of where it was in 2007 through 2011 before then. Profiles at Eugenia Avenue there on the left side. Again, we have gained beach width along the center part of Eugenia Avenue, but as you go to Sea Forest Drive, we've actually lost about 40 to 50 feet of dunes there since about 1999 and the 2011 condition or so before our storm season. Just some recent photos of Captain Sam Spit. On that bottom right photo, you see a very natural looking tip of a spit feature. So, we're well beyond the last project there. So there's been plenty of time for that to kind of restore and turn into a very natural looking feature. The area around the neck on the top right is pretty thin. Looking at a cross section of that, the river side would be there on the left side of zero, and the ocean side on the right side of the dune. You only have about 290 feet of upland area separating the river and the ocean right now. You've got about 4 significant dune ridges presently, but we have seen some erosion on both sides of that in recent years. So it's not. Historically, we've seen the riverside eroding and the ocean side accreting, but the past several years, both sides are eroding. Yes.
So how big is the risk that at some point with the next storm, in the next few years, actually Captain Sam Spit will disconnect from Kiowa Island?
Yeah, so it has historically disconnected through there, and there has been an inlet in that particular location. I think the last time that was done was in the 40s or 50s. Where we relocated the spit to, it grew from there to the relocation point through 1960 or 63. So it grew substantially since then. So it's very significant. I wouldn't say that one storm would create a breach. It could, especially a major impact from a Hugo type storm. It could certainly could. But with additional erosion and another maybe 2 storms that occurred fairly close together, within 2 or 3 years of each other, it's a very, very vulnerable spot.
Could you put into context for us what the only 290 feet of upland area separates Kiowa River and the ocean? So what does that mean in terms of developable land?
The setback issue where the setback lines are, the state has jurisdiction over what can be built seaward of the setback lines there, and I can't remember exactly where they're at. So you have what the state would allow for upland development. So as long as it's landward of that setback line, then a potential property owner could build anything they wanted to. I don't think it's a good idea there at all to have enough infrastructure to span that skinny part of the neck. It's just a terrible place for long-term,
I would just point out that on the image on the left, it's not exact, but the area that you see green, where it has some vegetation, I think aligns pretty well with Exhibit 16-2 in the development agreement, which constitutes the Highlands portion that is not, which hasn't been resolved yet. Everything else around that is effectively what is supposedly being conveyed to Kika.
Steve, Joe, is what Steve refers to as upland is what we can respond, is what we call highland. They're the same?
So back to my inlet question from earlier. So you said we had a breach in that particular area, which I think you referred to as the neck. So in the 40s, I think you mentioned. So did it refill by itself? So nature did the job, or was it another new renourishment project?
I think there was actually a storm that breached that, but that is a natural cycle. And with these migratory inlets, the natural cycle is that the inlets will migrate to a certain point. At some point, it becomes very inefficient for the water to flow that far along those channels. And a lot of times you'll get erosion on the backside and also erosion on the beach side as the inlet moves further south. The way the wave dynamics work around that, it creates erosion further up drift the further south it goes. So yes, it is a natural cycle. What's helped maintain that cycle are the periodic relocations of Captain Sam's Inlet. Keeps that inlet from going so far south that it would, without that, you would be more likely to have had a breach sooner.
And how recently were these pictures taken?
These were December, so right after the nor'easter.
Uh-huh.
Right, move along. So overall, the last 15 years, the island has gained 500,000 yards of sand, which is a good thing. However, that is not evenly distributed amongst the island. Again, that center part between West Point and Turtle Point has been more erosional since 2015. The ends of the island are very highly dynamic. The lagoon area here, that's the area east of the ocean course, and these numbers we're still working on, so that 0 is an artifact right now, so we're still working through the data there. But to put it into context, like again, the West Beach and the Turtle Point, losing 22,000 yards of sand per year, that's that number kind of in the middle there, the red 22,000. That's a very low erosion rate if you average it out over the length of beach there compared to what we see up and down the state. However, giving enough time and the location of the properties there, it could be a concern in the near future. So generally speaking, the historic patterns that we've seen for a long time still hold. However, we have been more erosional since 2015. And right now, I can't tell you, is that a new trend or is that a cyclic event that sometimes we do see, just more highly erosional periods. There are areas that are vulnerable right now. If we had a major hurricane next year, right now you still have a pretty substantial dune along most of the properties, but that dune could be compromised by one storm, which would leave you very little protection. We did a pretty significant sand scraping event after Hurricane Irma, I believe, that restored the dune along the Turtle Point Golf Course and Eugenia Avenue and parts of the sanctuary. And largely that dune has held up very well along most of it up until about this past storm that's been impacted.
It just doesn't compute for me why Eugenia and Mariners Watch should be so vulnerable. That seems counterintuitive. Do you have an explanation?
Yeah, generally, the center parts of the island are the most stable areas of an island, away from an inlet. And it's just a lack of sufficient sand coming from the up coast area to make up for the amount of sand that's leaving that system. So while it's generally stable in, again, in engineering terms, the past 7 or 8 years, it's been much more erosional like everywhere else. And that's why it's a little bit more of a concern. If we came here 5 years ago after Matthew, we said, look, that area's been great. Yes, it got hit by a storm. You push the dune back and it's likely to continue to be good. Right now, with just the way things have changed, I'm a little bit more uncertain to say, hey, just don't worry about it, it'll come back naturally. That's still my feeling, but I think being prepared for, changing climate in the future is certainly worth a discussion.
Steve, in
Yes.
your opinion, would an a paved access road from near Beachwalker Park to a possible developed inlet, would that affect erosion in that narrow neck of the Captain Sam Spit? I mean, what impact would that have?
Yeah, I don't think the placement of a road on top of, the sand there by itself would have much of an impact. The erosion that you're getting there is from the waves and the currents that are working out on the ocean side of that. I don't think, runoff from a small road through there is going to be a significant factor in it. I know there's been discussions of bulkheads on the backside and things like that, and it certainly would have a much more significant impact. I think that's my last slide, yeah.
Stephanie, if there was ever a renourishment, God forbid again, that area would get hit, how could the town intervene as we have with, near the ocean course where we brought the trucks in and did all of that? We had permission from the owner. How would you do something like that? How would we even get trucks down there to start renourishing that area?
I'll let Steve and Jim say, but normally for a storm and it impacts, sometimes the state will essentially sit around and allow for emergency scraping, et cetera. We've done that.
Well, I understand
before.
The scraping. I mean,
Yeah.
how do we even get there?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Before we've done it in the past, we'll figure out how to be able to get the trucks from wherever end of the island. We may use our emergency vehicle access, but they would work all of that out if we had to go and do work on the beach.
And it says towns should be prepared for storm recovery. Is there any, preventive measures should be considered? And how is the decision made what is it you're trying to solve for when shoals attach or when sand moves or the decision of sand scraping? Because this is obviously a natural dynamic process. You could just let it happen and that has consequences, but you're trying to prevent or protect.
Right.
So what goes into that decision-making process?
So like at the east end, one thing we did different in 2015 was we got out ahead of the erosion so that we didn't require a 500,000 yard project. We were hoping to do actually a very small project, but between the time we started the permit application for that and the time it took to get the permit, the acceleration there just took off, and we lost 200 feet of dune width within a period of about 4 months. So having a permit in hand to handle that particular situation, knowing that you may not even need to use it, but to avoid either having to do a bigger project or having to do emergency measures like sandbags in the interim while you're waiting on a permit, I think is a very beneficial tool to just go ahead and kind of apply for that permit with conditions that it would only be enacted if certain beach conditions are met. So that's kind of the east end issue, and that's really the only foreseeable problem I see at the east end area.
And that is particularly to protect the integrity of the ocean course property.
Correct, from that flushing channel that has historically migrated into it.
So I have two questions for you, both related to the last storm that came by. One of them was you can go out and just walk anywhere on the beach and you can see the dunes have been pretty much squared off. There's no gentle slope. Should we be repairing those? I know in time the dunes will repair themselves, but should we be repairing them now ourselves?
I would tend to say let nature do that for you, because currently the state regulations only allow you, so your options for doing that would be to truck in sand right now and manually do that from an inland source. That's a very expensive way to move sand as opposed to scraping it from the beach. But beach scraping is only allowed under emergency conditions where that water line is within 20 feet of a house. We got some flexibility with that with some of the major storms previously, but if you tried to go out there right now, the state would say you can't scrape, you actually have to truck in all of that sand.
Okay.
again, historically, your beach has been stable to accretional, and after these events, when we get into the spring and the summer season, which is your more natural beach building season, just due to the wave climate, I expect to see a dry sand beach reappear there and feed the dunes naturally.
Okay.
But it's certainly something that needs to be kind of monitored and looked at, and if we aren't seeing that, you could do other steps like putting in sand fencing, and that can help jumpstart some of the dune building, but for that to be effective, you have to have dry sand out in front of it to feed it.
All right, so part two of the question is there are a number of breaches to the first layer of dunes, which I'm going to talk a little bit more about in the next session. My large concern there is the first line of defense is gone with these breaches. Big storm comes in, water's going to be flowing through there. Should that be replaced now or repaired?
Yeah, I think if you identify particular areas where if a breach happened, it would cause problems, and there are certain properties that we drove the whole beach this morning, and there were some properties where you could basically you could see very clearly through the gap in the
Very
dune
easily, yeah.
all the way to the structure.
Right.
Other areas, as you go further north, there are breaches, but there's such a wide dune field that water is going to dissipate within the dune field.
Right, but I'm worried about the community, of course I'm worried about the individual house that's on the beach side, but that's just a wide open viaduct for the water to go
Right.
through to the inner part of the island.
Yeah, those are your most vulnerable areas. We did a study after Hurricane Ian in the Grand Strand where there were some recent nourishment projects completed that built a dune. And at Pawleys Island, they built a dune, but they left the gaps under the existing walkovers. And we recommended that the owners fill those gaps in, by themselves, but a lot of them didn't do it. And then during the storm, every single one of those is where the water breached through and caused damage to either overwashing sand into yards or damage to the structure. So plugging those that you identify as, yes, this gap will create problems if washover does occur, I think is a useful tool to do.
All right, so
So
I wasn't anticipating this next question, but this is coming up again in the next session. The walkovers, there's many private walkovers that end prior to the first row of dunes. My anticipation is that that's a very bad situation because people are then walking over the dunes. I'd like your comment on that.
Yeah, again, I think it's a little bit of a case-by-case basis where, and we see this in a couple of areas. I don't think it's a huge deal for a private individual residence. For a community access, I certainly would say you want some type of structure, or the mobility mats, like a beach access mat, do work really well for public areas as well. There's an advantage to not having a huge structure built out onto the beach that, could get damaged during a storm too.
Of course,
So, it's kind of a trade-off. And I think it's a case-by-case basis, but for most, individual single families, it's not enough traffic to make a huge dent in the dune, especially on a fairly accretional beach like you have.
Well, I bring it up because where the breaches are, it's clearly where there were no walkovers to the first row of dunes. It's clear, and it's from traffic. And I, being an active person on the beach patrol, the turtle patrol, prior to the storm, it was always a concern to me. You can see the first row was depressed. There was just a channel from where people were walking through.
Yeah, and I noticed that. I also noticed there's a lot of walkovers, and whether they're community walkovers or individual, that cut through the dune. They're very low, and I don't know if at the time they were built above it and the dune grew up, or if they were, kept low intentionally through the dune. We would recommend that any structure be well elevated above
And so
the primary.
you just brought up another question. So if we have public or private walkovers that are now too low, meaning they're not above the dune, they should be raised.
Ideally, I think, yes, you would. Again, there are parts of your island that are so healthy that primary dune, while you still want it to be intact, you have 300 feet of additional dune field for protection. So I don't think it's a huge difference one way or the other.
Okay.
But looking forward, especially in your areas that are very stable and you have one significant primary dune or two dunes, building walkovers. I know the state requires 2 feet. They prescribe 2 feet above the
Correct,
existing dune. I prefer to establish a minimum elevation of what a healthy dune would be so that you have room under a walkover to actually build a dune or let a dune accrete naturally to a healthy elevation, regardless of what's there before. And that gets a little tricky too, because you may be building something that, sand's not under at the moment, but anticipating that the dune's going to grow.
Well, we have many, no, I shouldn't say many, we do have certain situations where plywood walls have been placed alongside the boardwalks, the walkovers, because the walkovers otherwise would be buried. So those I would assume you would encourage to be rebuilt.
To be elevated above.
To be raised.
To allow the natural dune building to occur.
See, I'm going to try to
So-
move you along. We got a long ways to go here.
Sure.
And
So I have two questions. So first, you mentioned that erosion is pretty intense at the beach club on the east end of the island.
It was hit really hard after the two storms, Matthew and Irma. It has since stabilized and actually gained sand, but it is not back to the condition it was before.
Well, when I now take into account the northeast on December 17th, then I would debate that. But still, those are two places where the access from the club to the beach has almost been leveled.
Right.
So you walk out from the lawn area, on the beach club, it's basically a straight walk out, and then left and right are the dunes. So they have clearly cut right through.
Yeah, I
Is
noticed
there a
that today.
connection between the two things, how they have built these two convenient access points and the stronger erosion that you were reporting earlier at that particular location?
It certainly could be. Again, if you have a gap in the dune, as water gets in it, it's like a zipper effect, and it widens out very quickly, and you can lose a lot of sand very quickly with that gap.
Okay. So that would be definitely something, going back to the mayor's earlier question, what can we do? And Russ, I think, made that point as well. So that would be definitely an area where you would recommend action, that these two walkovers, which are not really walkovers, they're walkthroughs, are changed.
Yes, I think those were probably not, I guess if they're landward of the setback line, it could have been legal as far as the state's concerned, but should have been put up.
I'm not talking about legal topics. I'm just talking about,
But for the
your
integrity of
science,
it,
your
yes.
experience, how you see erosion happening. If we want to protect the island, that this would be one of the first areas to attack, I assume. Second question. So I was on Amelia Island this past weekend, and I know that the dunes cannot really be compared because they are much higher than ours. But I observed and also talked to some people that they have a very different strategy for walkovers. So their, boardwalks actually are supposed to end, obviously, I was told, prior to the last dune, prior to the beach. And then from there, they actually, collecting all of these boardwalks that end prior to the last dune, which is much higher than our dunes, but still, and then collect them and have a structural path where they just use these little board pieces connected with ropes, just so that it's a little easier to walk, and that's how they make it over the last dune to the beach. So very different to what we have, right? We tend here to build a structure all the way to the beach, and every storm takes them out, and they have to be rebuilt, etc. They seem to have a different strategy. Could you comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, the idea of, again, kind of as we mentioned earlier, the minimum amount of infrastructure you have directly exposed to the storm waves, you're going to have much less damage and much less impact. And also, you reduce the amount of these gaps that you would have from individual paths and walkovers. I don't see that in South Carolina used very often. Every once in a while, we'll see two neighbors that link up and have one walkover.
Yeah. But there it seems to be a common thing, and seems to protect quite a bit, so.
So is Petra around? Maybe, are you going to be able to stick around for the next discussion?
Yes.
Then that's fine. We don't need to pull up now. Because I had actually sent, Petra has some photos of kind of the Timbers boardwalks and then the Cape boardwalks.
No, Brett, I'm going in a different direction. I mean, beside the fact that the Cape boardwalk was far too big compared to others, I'm going to the point that we should not allow any structure being built that reaches the beaches. Yeah, boardwalks have to stop the dune before, and then you have a consolidated walkover, over the dune, which is clearly marked. And as I said, they use these little pieces of wood that are connected with ropes
I was actually
to
kind of
manage the way to the last beach. And this way, there is no structure that the first waves would hit when they come.
And I was kind of going along the same line from a design or what our specification standpoint, just to make the point, and we can see that visually, that the Timbers boardwalks are close to being that. They barely get in, but they are close to being that. And the question is one design more optimal, both for a health, of the beach standpoint, the dune system, as well as, some aesthetic considerations?
Yeah, again,
Well, I got to move this thing along. I'm sorry, but we're just running out of time. So let's get the third one going. If you can stay
Sure,
around
I'll
just
hang
a few
around.
minutes.
Did you finish your presentation?
I did.
Okay.
Remember, these are presentations to us. This isn't a strategic planning session where we're going to solve, all of this stuff now, especially late this afternoon. We still got business to conduct. So these two gentlemen. We still have our guest of honor that's going to take the rest of the time, I think. Anyway.
All right. So we obviously already jumped into this topic a little bit, but so I'm just going to start. I think I've got 5 or 6 slides. I'm going to talk about our dune walkover ordinance, what it currently says, and then tell you how many walkovers we have on the island, how many are currently compliant with our ordinance, and how many are not. So just to start with our regulations, I know we've gone over this before, but basically our beach walkover ordinance says that boardwalks have to be constructed following the DHEC guidelines. And then we have additional restrictions. It varies by boardwalk type. So private and community boardwalk. So a community boardwalk is anything that serves multifamily, a regime, obviously community association boardwalks. Those would all be considered community boardwalks. So those are high use as opposed to private boardwalks, which are single family residence boardwalks only. So for both of those categories, they cannot exist in a state of disrepair on the active beach. And if they do, owners have 30 days to fix that. They also cannot extend more than 10 feet onto the active beach. Again, the owner has 30 days to submit plans in this case and 60 days to complete the work. And then it gets a little bit different. Private boardwalks, if they stop short of the beach, they are technically grandfathered, and travel through the dunes on a pre-existing path to the beach is specifically allowed by town ordinance. This differs for community high-use boardwalks. If they terminate more than 20 feet from the active beach and are causing destruction of dune vegetation, they must be extended to the active beach. Owners have 30 days to submit plans and 180 days to complete the work. Okay, so just a little bit more on walking in the dunes, because there's been some discussion about this. Town ordinance does prohibit walking in the dunes with 3 exceptions. The first is official business. So that would be like Aaron and I going out there to check bobcat traps or do something. That's allowed. Golf play is specifically allowed. So if you're at the ocean course, you hit your ball in the dunes, you can go play it. And then areas in front of beach walkovers are specifically exempted from that ordinance. So if you're a private homeowner and you live on Flyway and your boardwalk stops 200 feet from the beach because we have such an extensive dune field, it's perfectly legal for you to walk on a pre-existing path to the beach. And there's a copy of the ordinance right there, which I won't bother to read. Okay, so moving on to the last thing, an assessment of dune walkovers that was completed at the end of January. So we have 199 walkovers on the beach. 47 community walkovers, and 142 private walkovers. So we'll start with community dune walkovers. Again, 47, 13 of them in the survey were noted with issues. So the first issue was they extend beyond 10 feet, but are under redesign. There are 3 of those. There are 2 that extend beyond 10 feet and are not currently under redesign. There's 1 that's in a state of disrepair, and there are 7 that stop more than 20 feet from the active beach. These are technically still compliant because there is an existing path where there is no dune vegetation where beachgoers are traveling.
And Jim, these numbers are predicated, or were based prior to this after this last.
Correct. They were done on January 30th.
After, yeah.
So about a week ago. So private dune walkovers, we have 142, 14 were noted. We have 11 in a state of disrepair, and we have 3 that are currently under construction and do not meet the 24-inch clearance requirement. That's all I have for slides, and I'm sure there will be questions, and I'm happy to get into those.
I don't know, but it's not necessarily a question, but it's a comment. As I mentioned just a second ago, there may be grandfathered in. We have to look at this, or I have to look at this, but I feel it's wrong to allow walkovers, meaning without, I should say, walking with your feet over the first level of dunes and depressing them to a point where it puts the dune in danger of breaching, because it's not just that one house that's being put at risk, it's the entire neighborhood.
But
And
Russ, the
I
question
think we
would
have
be-
to address this, perhaps
The
at
question would be,
retreat.
what is a bigger threat? Is it the walkover? Or is it, as we just learned, the fact that, and that would be my question to you guys, because I don't see that in the statistics, so how many of these roundabout, 180, 190 walkovers we have would not meet the requirement or the recommendation we just heard of, I think you were saying 1 or 2 feet above the ideal height of the dune? So how many of those that we have, I said that correctly, right? Okay, so how many of these boardwalks, private and community boardwalks, would not meet that recommendation?
Would not be at least 24 inches over the primary dune?
That's, again, what we just heard.
Okay. Very, very few.
That would be my guess as well.
Yeah, and so as part, and I didn't include all of the data from our assessment in here, but, we
But it
mapped-
doesn't respond to I'm greatly concerned, from when I walk on the beach every morning when it's not raining, there are large cuts. And those large cuts in the front row are where there are private boardwalks. And the next storm, if we get a next storm, we just heard that it's a scissoring effect, which is what I've been concerned about. And the water's going to get back to the first row whether it's flyway or whichever. We can't resolve it here, and I'm not suggesting to resolve it here, but this is going to have to be a big issue of discussion at our next retreat. We just can't do nothing.
But I think your point, though, Russ, we got to this point, this is the data, it's in compliance with the ordinance, so we just can't keep beating on the fact that you don't like the walkover. We have to change the ordinance to bring, we got to do something.
And that's
But we just can't keep beating
Right.
over and over and over again.
I think
We don't
that's
like
where-
people
no, no,
walking
no.
on
What
the dune.
happens at the retreat? because
Mayor,
we're
that's
not gonna do
where
it
Russ
today.
is heading,
Well, we
but
can ask the environmental committee to
Well,
start
Pe-
taking a
Petra,
look at this
Petra,
and,
do you mind pulling up those photographs?
so could
What
we
would
maybe get then in particular to the retreat where we have probably more time and can go into the details, that this is a great start, but could you provide a little bit more color to this, right? Based on, as we said, how many are higher than the 2 feet, how many are none, how many can, like the situation at the beach club, how many are really cutting deep into the dune? And then also what Russ is concerned about, how many are of these private boardwalks are cutting into this? So that we have a little bit more, data points and better understanding what the situation is with our 180, 190 walkways, walkovers, whatever, right? And have a better understanding where these critical points really are and how many there are, so that we really know and understand the magnitude of the problem. And then have exactly that discussion that the mayor was talking about, do we need to change some of our ordinances?
Sure.
And in which way should we do it? And should we maybe bring in, a little consulting project that would help us in guiding us where to go first and second and third?
Yeah, I don't remember the dates, but when was the last time we looked at this ordinance?
2017.
Okay. So,
Patrick,
things have changed, so.
Can I just make the point I was trying to make just a minute ago? So when we did this, we mapped where every single boardwalk is. We took pictures of all of the boardwalks that were non-compliant or cut through the dunes. We also made notes on ones that cut through the dunes. So we have all of that data.
Okay.
It's all in a GIS map. We could go through it boardwalk by boardwalk, click on the boardwalk and see what it looks like. So the data's there. Obviously, I didn't bring that to today. This was, how many do we have? What are, that we need to deal with right now.
Yeah, this is a great start. It's a great start.
And I'd appreciate this in Jim's and Steve's view. Here's a boardwalk at Timbers. If you could just scroll through. That's another boardwalk in Timbers, and this is the Timbers boardwalk. It looks like it cuts through the dune a little bit, but it does a little bit onto the beach. And then these were the Cape boardwalks. That was after the nor'easter. This was after the nor'easter, and I think there's one before the nor'easter. So I guess the question is there one is very low profile, really follows the contour and is just a foot or two above. It maybe cuts through the dune a little bit. Is there one type of structure that is better for the health of the dune system? That would be one question. And then separate from that, there's a very different aesthetic to those two different types of structures. Do we want to address something like that in our standards as well? Because one is visually unobtrusive, the other is visually much more obtrusive.
Well, that's why I said maybe we have a little, consulting project based on the data we have. And Jim, I should have known that you have done that far more thorough than you presented it here, because that's how you usually do things. But so now that we have a lot more data of all of these different boardwalks, maybe it would be a good idea, even in preparation for the retreat in May, to have a little bit more guidance from the experts, what is good. And I understand that there's probably not one solution, right? Because dunes are different, height and form and whatever. But maybe we can get a little closer to where we should be in terms of you recommend maybe version A or B, but try to avoid, versions C and D. I mean, if that would already help us greatly for that discussion at the retreat, and then we can, hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, 100%. I'd love to do that. The photograph of the Timbers boardwalk to me is actually scary. It's a highway for water to get through.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I want to get. We have to fix.
I would agree.
And in addition to the aesthetics and the safety of the dunes, I'd like to see, the health of the dunes rather, I'd like to see safety for the pedestrian traffic assessed in that.
And then, mention that our ordinance requires that we comply, that you you comply with the OCRM requirements.
Right.
You would have to do that anyway, regardless of whether our ordinance mandates that.
Correct.
We can be more restrictive than the
But we can't be
OCRM
less.
requirements.
Right.
And then how do you and Brian and team, and I don't know if this involves John, interact with the private covenant restrictions? Because the ARB will say that they have authority to approve all structures, which would include boardwalks, and there are specifications in designing with nature that are different than OCRM and the town's ordinances. So how do all those interact?
It's a great question. So we talked about this in our senior staff meeting the other day about how how does the review of a beach walkover take place, right? Who's involved? Who makes the final decision? Does the town issue a permit? Does the town do this? And so, I mean, effectively how it works is currently at least, if it's a community walkover, it's reviewed by the ARB and the town. That's typically Brian with the Public Works Department. Brian's job is to be there to make sure they're following the town ordinance and OCRM guidelines. OCRM, as a rule, doesn't review boardwalks, right? You don't have to submit for a permit to OCRM to build a boardwalk. You just have to follow their guidelines. If you follow their guidelines, they're fine with it. Okay. ARB is also there. Obviously, they're looking at a lot of the same things that Public Works is, but also some additional things, right? More aesthetics. The ARB formally gives approval for the boardwalk construction to begin. The town doesn't issue any formal approvals, no permits, other than Brian might send an email saying, hey, Jen, I'm good with what ARB is recommending here. Private walkovers are not reviewed by the town. They are only reviewed by the ARB currently.
Is that right?
That is correct.
So that is why the boardwalks that were proposed and then also built by the Cape turned out to be different than usually allowed.
No, I mean,
because they were clearly bigger, and they were clearly longer, and they clearly didn't obey the 10 feet rule.
Yeah, so I can't speak to what they look like prior to the storm, other than obviously, yes, they're very large, well-engineered structures, and had very, very long ramps. Specifically regarding the Cape walkovers, right? Obviously, with the storm and the erosion, they stuck even further out on the beach, and obviously now they've been cut back, and we're working with getting them in compliance with the town ordinance. One thing that has happened, and this speaks a little bit to why the original ramps were so long, was to maintain ADA compliance. Yeah. And I forget, I think they were using a 5-degree slope, which is ADA, but anyway, so now they've gone to, I think it's 8.33 degrees, and so the currently proposed ramps will be maybe 30%, 40% shorter than the original ones. It's still ADA compliant, they just have to have handrails until they get to, I think it's 30 inches.
But that would still be beyond the 10 feet onto the beach then.
They will not be, well, so the eastern or the western Cape Boardwalk, as it's currently set up, will not extend more than 10 feet onto the active beach. Okay. The eastern Cape Boardwalk does not extend more than 10 feet onto the active beach as it's currently proposed if you use your baseline, i.e. where your measurement starts, as the prevailing dune line in that area.
Pre-December 17th.
No. Current conditions.
Today. Okay.
But because that eastern boardwalk there was some erosion, right? It eroded up into a little cove. You still got a little remnant dune kind of sitting in the middle of it. So our recommendation, which I think we have a PDF of that if we want to get into that, but basically brings it out exactly in line with the western boardwalk and no more than 10 feet onto the active beach if you basically were to take a line and connect the existing dune escarpment on either side of that cove.
So a couple of comments in there, Gordon. I went out and looked at those lines.
The two-string lines.
Yes, those lines. And I'm not sure there's that kind of precision in the way that how you measure the point where it extends 10 feet. The way I would have read it, it's where the boardwalk is crossing the dune line, not some other point several yards away. I guess that's point number one. Yep. And the second point is I kind of get the ADA ramp, slope issue, but that was driven as much by anything else by the fact that those boardwalks were not following the contours of the dunes, and they were not just 2 feet above the dune line. In some cases, they were 6 feet or more, which once you get up there, then obviously to get down, you need a lot more ramp and slope, longer to mitigate the slope effect. So it all kind of feeds together, and I think collectively we need to figure out is what is it we really want?
Right. Yeah, I mean, if you were to measure where that boardwalk crosses over the last dune directly in line with the way the boardwalk comes, and you came out 10 feet and you turned it and ramped it down, you would end up, or you'd end up 30 feet-ish landward of the western boardwalk, and you'd be terminating right in this cove, which consists of little remnant dunes that want to rebuild. And if you put a ramp into the middle of that, you're going to prohibit or hinder the dune from recovering in that area.
So, but the question becomes, why does it become necessary in some cases where the ramp is perpendicular to the beach, which is generally required, whereas all of a sudden in these 2 instances, it's necessary to be perpendicular?
For ADA purposes.
Yeah, I mean, it can't.
But the others would have to be ADA compliant as well, wouldn't they?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. I don't.
Makes a Cape required to be ADA compliant and not any other boardwalks.
For the community boardwalks, I mean, I can't speak for the community association if they have a standard of we need this many amount of ADA, but there's certainly boardwalks that they build that have steps that aren't ADA, and some have ramps. I don't know if there's any rhyme or reason to a ramp going here versus steps, but what the Cape wanted / needed were ADA. So that's why we've got that perpendicular run that runs along the beach.
And
But
if you
again,
remember,
if it had been not 6 or 8 feet above the dune line.
Well, I think where it did meet the crest of the primary dune, that was, at least at the initial time of construction, was at that 2-foot minimum. It certainly wasn't 6 feet. It is in some places. You've got some low-lying areas in the dune field, but where it crosses that last primary dune to then descend down onto the beach, they were 2 feet there. So there wasn't much to do with the height as you ramp down onto the beach.
What I would suggest, I think, based on Steve's presentation, things have changed. I think the water level, the dune line, all of those things are changing here. The decades of stability that we still have a lot of stability, but they're clearly changing and they're probably degrading. So I think the broadest topic should be predicated on the fact that that's changing, and then all of the things that come along with it, like crossovers, boardwalks, all of those things are really part of that. But I would focus on the bigger issue and the fact that how the climate is changing and how it's affecting us, and then really start wrapping these things up, inclusive of who's approving these things, inclusive of what are the standards, what are the expectations. From 2017, a lot has changed since 7 years. So I think you put that as the broadest umbrella. You can put a lot of things underneath it. So this is going to be a big project.
So
I think we really need professional, the clinical help, the professional help to be able to identify that.
Right. And Jim, I cannot judge how much you and Brian are experts in this, but I would encourage you to use the experts so that really when we go into the retreat in May, we have the data of as is. We know what are the problematic situations, and maybe have some recommendations then that we can discuss, and then based on that alter the ordinances, how to better build a walkover, boardwalk, whatever one you want to call it. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the man of the hour. The crowd may be decreasing here, Lucas, but
Yeah,
everybody's
there you
just
are.
turned on their computers.
I suspect they're all now watching online.
Right. Lucas Hernandez is known to us, us to him. It's good to see you.
Absolutely, good seeing you too. Thank you for having me. And I know we've talked a little bit about this project, so I guess we'll continue on.
Lucas used to work for us. You worked for the Conservancy, works now with
Kika, he's with
Kika, excuse me, now with
Weston Sampson.
Weston Sampson. So,
Yes, thank you very much. So, like Mr. Mayor has said, I've been with Weston and Sampson for about 2 years now. My job at Weston and Sampson involves some site plan review. My title is project scientist. I also look at resiliency projects all through the East Coast. For this project in particular, we reviewed both the site development plans for the West End at Beachwalker and also Ocean Pines. So just to begin with, I'd like to start by sharing an agenda slide with you all. In my presentation today, I'll be discussing Weston and Sampson's peer review of both of these developments. I'll also be briefly touching on the Cape Point emergency parking and emergency beach access project, which is related to Ocean Pines. So we will also touch on that just slightly as well. For each of those projects, you can see how we've broken down the presentation. So we'll go over the site plans, the topics of our site visit, and our review from a planning and zoning standpoint, as well as from the stormwater standpoint. To begin, I also wanted to introduce you all to our project team. Between Mr. Pearson and Mr. Reardon, we've got about 45 years of experience, and both of these folks are team leaders or technical leaders at Weston and Sampson. Mr. Pearson has extensive experience with site plan review and design, as well as modeling, hydrologic and hydraulic analysis, and plan review. And then Mr. Jim Reardon is actually our practice leader who is in charge of our whole site plan peer review work group, if you will. So both of these folks normally are in QA/QC. For this project, we actually had them conduct the review. Myself, I played a role as in between with the town and with our team to bring information and to aid in the review as I could. So for our peer review process, you'll see we looked at general bylaw compliance. We looked at these site plan layouts. We approached these projects from a general constructability standpoint, and then also from a stormwater review lens. And for that stormwater review, we chose to use Charleston County's Stormwater Permitting Standards and Procedures Manual. So this varies differently from from one of the comments that we received earlier, which was the fact that Thomas and Hutton and the applicant in general was using information and standards from South Carolina DHEC. DHEC is the one who formally reviews stormwater on behalf of the town for both of these projects. However, we wanted to complement that review by choosing a different set of standards to base our review on, if that makes sense.
is that a tripping point when you start getting into different entities?
It is, so it's two different standards that we were looking at this project from. So we have the standard that is DHEC, that most of the reviews will be reviewed under for the island. And then we have Charleston County, who have more stringent standards in their review process.
It's more stringent.
Yeah. To begin, I think everyone's probably familiar with this, so I'll breeze through this slide. These are the two project areas, so Upper Beachwalker, the West End development, and then at the bottom you will see Ocean Pines. So the site plan review for West End at Beachwalker, there's approximately 7.8 or 7.6 acres between the parcels. 6.4 of those acres are proposed for development. We're looking at 12 multifamily residential buildings with 72 proposed dwelling units, and stormwater being routed to Pond 1, which we discussed previously. I do have comments in stormwater in a later section, so I'm going to wait to address your questions then. As a general rule for our site visits, we looked at, for both locations, at Ocean Pines and for the west end of Beach Walker, expected land alterations at the site, existing conditions and proposed entrance to both of these developments, alterations to the natural drainage patterns in each of the parcels, and then proposed drainage tie-ins to existing infrastructure where that took place. So the first set of comments that we got was the first few pages of our review had no recommendation. So the first few pages of our review were dedicated to the planning and zoning review for this project. And what we found was that most of what we had seen from the plans and from the communications we had received from the town, which are all actually listed on the right-hand side of the screen here, that there was not much to be reported back on or commented on for the general planning and zoning bylaw review. So we've got a couple items here. Both of these parcels are being looked at for. You have a question?
Yeah, Lucas, if I could just on that particular point, when you say you did a full review of all the relevant ordinances, including, for example, the road code, and all the technical requirements of the road code and the parking regulations, as well as 12-128, the buffer yard and compatibility requirements?
And from what, now that's different for Ocean Pines. But
for Upper Beach Walker. So I think there are comments from the planning director.
Correct.
But the compatibility standards or buffer yard requirements would seem to apply to the church parcel, given that it's adjacent to a commercial parcel.
Mm-hmm.
But the minimum 35 feet in the compatibility standards is not met, apparently, on the site plans that were submitted. So, but you looked at the application of the buffer yard standards, and you're saying that they either don't apply or that there actually is 35 feet when it only shows 25 feet.
We looked at this, and this could be a question that I might need to bring back to the planning and zoning folks. But from our review, none of planning and zoning indicated that we needed to make a comment on the buffer requirement.
So when you're saying nothing that you reviewed from the record,
correct?
Or you didn't go back and yourself and the team look at 12-128.
We did look at 12-128.
Okay, and there is a buffer yard requirement there that's a minimum of 35 feet.
Okay.
So.
And we're sure that the set of plans that we reviewed did not include that 35-foot buffer? That would be
the church parcel. I mean, I think you look at it pretty objectively. Does not.
Yeah.
And so the question is.
It would have been because we looked at them together as one, would be my assumption. But if that does not satisfy I'm happy to ask and get that clarified as well.
Thank you.
But Brad, what you're referring to is between the property line of Church and 11, or is it also between Church and 9?
No, the requirement would be.
No, what you're referring to.
Yeah, to church parcel and 9.
Oh.
And then also between 11 and the community association.
11 and community association.
And then also on Ocean Pines compared to the buffer yard across the road to the Cape, which is residential versus commercial.
Now for stormwater, stormwater is where we made the majority of our comments for both of these projects. This is where we started to see some differentiation. There are different standards being reviewed. We felt that the new design storm events that were being proposed as far as what is included in the Charleston County Stormwater Program Manual. We're a little bit more accurate to what we're seeing. Again, we had a comment about the State Climatology Office. These are the updated rainfall values. These are what we would expect to need to use to calculate these storm events. So when they're sizing infrastructure for these types of projects, they're running it in a hydrologic model to make sure that everything is going to be draining off site. They can also look at the speed at which everything is moving through the infrastructure and off site. So those components are extremely important to look at for these smaller year storms. So they included a 2-year event and a 10-year event. And what that means is they reviewed a storm that we have a 10% chance of seeing. That would be your 10-year storm. And then a storm that we have a 50% chance of seeing each year. We recommended that they also include a 25-year event, so a more rare storm event. But as we all know, we're seeing more and more similar storm events come up. So these are some of the bigger comments that we had made. Now, I don't have an exhaustive list of everything. We also talked about a boundary stage condition, which is where we think sea level rise and storm surge comes into play. Because although this project does outfall into Pond 1 outfalls into the marsh. We encouraged through our recommendations and that they investigate what the water surface elevation is going to be and to correct any tidal curve that they're using as the boundary for the outfall to match with what's been updated for the climatology office as well.
So this is interesting because a 2-year event or a 10-year event without storm surge is going to get you a different answer.
Correct. Now, they have to have some sort of boundary condition included in the model, but that boundary condition could be the mean high water tidal datum that we discussed being 6 inches off. So there isn't a solid standard for what you should use as that boundary condition. Some folks use mean higher water, which is a datum that's slightly lower than mean higher high. And some folks use mean or higher high water.
So what was used here? Because I think I'm concerned that we don't have protection for a storm surge event with perhaps even a 10-year storm.
From what I remember, they used mean high water, which is essentially what the critical line is around the island.
But, okay, so now I'm confused. So when you're saying they did the 2-year and 10-year assessment, so they did not actually do a worst-case scenario?
Sounds like it.
Right? So they went by the water amount or the rainfall amount for a 2-year event and 10-year event, and you would recommend a 25-year event.
Correct.
But then the key thing is, and I'm referring again to December 17th, is that event exactly coincides timing-wise with a high tide, the regular high tide, because that was December 17th, right? So that's not what they did.
No, that is not what they did.
And you made a comment about this, or you let that go?
We recommended that they use a 25-year event. We also recommended investigate. We did not give them here's the tidal curve that you should use as your boundary stage condition, but we recommended that they investigate the boundary stage that they had used to determine whether or not they needed to use something higher that would limit the outflow from the model.
Yeah,
You did not require them to do this.
Well, we can't require them to do this.
Right.
And also, the requirement that they're trying to meet is from DHEC at the moment.
Yeah, but I mean, December 17th for many of us changed reality.
Absolutely.
Right? And what we also just learned prior is that what our regular predictions are based on a 90-year model, you can throw out of the window, right? Because remember the blue line versus the orange line. So I think it is greatly dangerous in that particular part of the island to not go with the worst case scenario to see what happens. in such. And actually, I think December 17 gave us a little bit of a preview. So I find that very concerning.
Because you're not going to get any outflow from Pond 1.
Well, that's exactly my next point.
It's not going to happen.
So please correct me if I'm mistaken here, but my understanding is that Pond 1 flows under Beachwalker into the marsh, into the Kiowa River.
Correct.
So we have a high water event, right, 2 years or 10 years. Ideally, they should look at least a higher water level tide-wise, if not ideally at high tide, plus probably a wind event, again, December 17th, that pushes water actually from the ocean into the Kiowa River, backs up the Kiowa River. The Kiowa River flows into that marsh area, into the drainage, maybe even over the road into Pond 1, while in addition, the water comes off of the West End properties into Pond 1. That would be my scenario to look at. But I'm getting the sense now that this is not what they looked at.
It is not.
And to just amplify that, I mean, that was one of the issues addressed of concern, and I think John Grierson, on behalf of the Riverview HOA, was hoping that could be specifically addressed because the Riverview retention pond substantially overtopped during that period. And then now you're going to have even more essentially downhill runoff associated with more impervious surface. Some of it will be flowing into Pond 1, but some of it's just naturally running essentially downhill as well into a situation that is already, as we experience now twice in both storms, extraordinarily problematic.
Correct.
But the point, you caught it, you recommended something.
Yes.
And I assume John carried it on to the engineers.
That is correct.
That's what we ought to leave. Let's do our job here.
Yeah.
That's what we want to make sure that you're catching these things. You're the expert. I really want to hear what you have to say.
But again, Lucas, and please don't take that as any type of criticism. I think you help here greatly. But you have not recommended, and I'm sorry that I used required before. I meant actually recommended. But you have not recommended to the developer to look at a high flood timing event.
We have
a high tide timing event. You have not.
We have not. And it is because we acted as if we were reviewers from Charleston County. Charleston County would have not required that either.
What if you were acting just on your own authority? What would your recommendation have been?
On my own authority, I work mostly as a coastal resilience specialist. I would like to see as much information as I could get. I would like to see these impacts recorded because these are things that we are probably going to see well into the future.
So apropos of that, and your reports have already been submitted, but you use the term, not required, but in fact, these were recommendations, but they are now effectively requirements because the town has adopted these, the planning staff has adopted these, and these are officially comments. So these are part of the site plan review process where ultimately the planning director has the authority to approve with conditions, and these could be the conditions or to disapprove.
But it's not a requirement per se because the developer can also deny it to follow that.
No, not if that's
leading to the denial of the application.
Oh, I mean, yes, you could say approve with these conditions, and if these conditions aren't met, then.
Okay.
So related to that is also the third bullet point down, which is confirmation of water surface elevation of Pond 1. We did not see that confirmation, which also led us to the discussion about that tidal surface. That pond is also going to be tidally regulated. There is a tide gauge there that controls an outflow. we don't know the full extent of the control system there. We don't know if it's frozen, if it's locked, if it's, we don't know the status of it. So we have a hard time determining whether or not the water surface elevation that they gave us, which is key because this is the outfall to this entire development.
So do you know if pond 1 usually is a pond that Kika drains prior to a storm event?
I don't know that from the top of my head.
So you guys did not look at that?
We did not.
Because as you said, I mean, it's not only that you're uncertain about this WSE, but the WSE could also be lower if, it would be part of the pre-storm, pond drainage program that Kika has.
Exactly.
Okay.
So kind of somewhat related to that, everybody's talking about Pond 1, but the comment letter sent by the planning director and your recommendation was, there needs to be a letter of coordination. This is all contingent upon, right now, feeding into Pond 1, but there, as far as I know, Kika has not issued a letter of coordination. So if that is not issued, then what happens? Because that's not a solution.
Correct. And I'm sure that Kika would also have requirements for any pipe that's going into their infrastructure. So that's why we also included the last bullet, which is outfall stabilization. We did not see any stabilization in the plans for the current outfall going into that pond, which could cause scouring, especially when we are not sure of what the water surface elevation is either.
But just kind of pose this question, though. If I assume there would be you'd have to do a completely different analysis if there was no option to feed into Pond 1.
Yes. The model would change.
So they would have to do a detention pond, they'd have to put pipes out. I don't know what they would do, but.
It would change significantly. The results, it would change all of the calculations. It would require additional review.
You need more ponds. I'm pondering this as an engineer. What else can you do other than?
Probably need their own detention
Their own
pond
exactly.
on parcel 11.
Exactly. That's the only other option you have because you're at sea level.
Yeah. Now, I will say that you can see sort of a central piece in between all the structures. From our site visit and from the review of the site plans, it looks like it's going to be left relatively intact. So it's all going to be still going to be this depressional sort of wetland in there.
I think there's trees in there
yes,
that
but
have to be maintained.
Yeah, but it is very depressional.
What is the elevation difference?
I would, from being out in the field, I would say it was probably about an 8-foot drop, 6 or 7 foot drop.
8 foot?
Sorry, 6 or 7. It was a pretty significant drop when we walked out there.
There are parts, I blocked it. I didn't think it was necessarily that much, but there are certainly lower levels of parcel 11.
Especially when you're coming into the parking lot for the community association and you walk into the back.
Yeah.
As soon as you get past those gates and you look to your left, there's a pretty steep drop there. Yeah, exactly. And then the final item on here, we did have routine maintenance is a requirement that Charleston County likes to see for their projects. So a maintenance plan for how stormwater is going to be maintained, how any on-site retention or detention pond is going to be maintained. We did not see that in our review. Now, I will say there are also more comments about stormwater. Those are included in our review. We discussed a little bit about pipe invert elevations and the slope of the pipes moving water throughout the system and into the pond. Those things, of course, can change if that water surface elevation changes in the pond. I mean, there's very little slope to work with on a barrier island. So, we see anything from 0.5% slope on a pipe to get water.
So let me translate that. Simple mind as I am. So what you're saying is you don't know exactly the WSE, which determines the grading of the pipes, which could, if the WSE, so the average water level in Pond 1 is too high compared to the land, that there's not enough slope, which means then that actually water will back up, it will back up in the pipes and will actually start flooding part of the property.
Correct. So the water surface elevation at the outfall is extremely important for the entire system.
Interesting.
Lucas, can you go back?
Yes.
Can you go back one? I just want clarification so that John and I would understand. Just Brad asked a question. The landscape buffer, when you was asking, so the 4 buildings on the church parcel, adjacent to, I guess, 10, that parcel, so there's a 35-foot landscape buffer. And then on the church parcel adjacent to Kika's parking lot, I believe it's about a 30 or 25-foot landscape buffer. So are you asking about the road portion? What portion are you asking us to look at?
Well, first observation is it appears that this schematic is based from the first set of plans, not the revised set of plans, because the buildings are larger in the revised set of plans because they had to add additional parking under the buildings to meet the town's ordinance parking requirements. So the buildings are significantly larger in the revised plans and go much closer to, in fact, there are little areas of encroachment on the 25-foot setback. But if you look along not just the road, but there are portions of it. And again, look at the revised set of plans, not plans, the first set of plans.
Right. I'll relook at that. I did look at the revised set of plans, and it looked like the 4 from the 10 was still about 35-foot landscape buffer, and the other was about 25 or 30, but we'll revisit that. I just want to make sure I knew, and we'll provide that. But it looks like they still were meeting that landscape buffer, but we'll definitely make sure. I'll take a look at that.
And you'll see on portions of parcel 11 that it doesn't meet the buffer yard requirements at either abutting or adjacent to the Kika.
And we'll look at that. I'll look at that. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
But shouldn't John be able to answer that question right away? I mean, he has been looking at these plans for a month.
I'm going after, because I'm going after.
He should, be woken up at 4 o'clock in the morning and tell me exactly what the buffer is.
Because, I'm going after memory. I was thinking it was about 25 on the Kika side, but you can come, if you know off the top of your head, and I thought it was 35 from the parcel 10 and about 25 or 30 on average.
35-foot buffer requirement for these, and the proposed plans do meet that 35-foot average. It's a 35-foot average.
All around.
Correct.
Thank you, John.
Okay. So next, moving on to Ocean Pines. General site plan view. These are the updated plans showing that additional parking. There's 7 acres proposed for development at this location with 7 multifamily residential buildings, 69 proposed dwelling units, and a central stormwater retention pond that I will comment on as well for our stormwater review. Just like with the West End, these were the same sort of site visit discussion items that we had. So alteration in natural drainage patterns, proposed tie-ins, all of that was looked at during the site visit. Now with the planning and zoning review for Ocean Pines, we understand that there's a maximum allowable dwelling unit of less than 100 units. They are currently proposing 69 in that updated set of plans. The total number of parking spaces required for on-site dwelling units is 129. So they've met the requirement for parking based on the amount of units they have for that development. However, there's 100 additional parking spaces required for the Cape Point supplementary parking project. So those 100 spaces were calculated based on the club and the development for adding the club restaurant, the exercise facility, the fitness facility, as well as parking just to satisfy the requirement in general. So with these updated set of plans, they provided 86 spaces out of the 100. Those 86 spaces, 66 of them will be on-site where we saw in the plans earlier. So that is 66 spaces. So there's an additional 20 that they're also accounting for as part of, and I think we're missing a slide here, but it's part of the Cape Point Emergency Beach Access and Parking Project. So those 20 spaces are listed in that roadway. The roadway is set to be, I shouldn't say roadway, they're calling it a private drive. The private drive is going to have control gates along the islands that are in the center of that drive. The drive will be located near the timbers.
You don't have a slide for this?
What's that?
Well, maybe it's just him.
I do have an updated one here.
Okay.
You want this?
No, go ahead. You put it right there.
Okay.
No, in the, it's on the side.
Oh, I see it. Gotcha. We didn't do a full review of this one. I'm pretty sure they are impervious surfaces.
So Lucas, since while we're waiting for the slide to come up, I wanted to make sure you were aware of something, that the ordinances do not require any parking spots for those individuals that visit the club with the intention of only going to the beach.
Okay.
And it would be naive to believe that there is not going to be anybody traveling to that facility who isn't going to go to the beach for that one goal. So while the number of parking spots per the ordinances may be what you have there, we have to allow additional spots for those who will go there and park just for the beach. That's a hole in our ordinances that we're aware of, and I wanted you to be aware of that.
Not necessarily, Russ, because John Taylor could require overflow.
Yes, yes, yes.
It's a different title, but could serve the same purpose, of
Yes,
course.
yes.
So he would
agree.
have the authority
I
to
agree.
actually
No, I agree.
require overflow.
Right, but we don't have a numerical
That's correct.
calculation for what
That's
I
correct,
just defined.
yes. But
I
he could
wanted to
say,
make sure you
hey,
knew.
because of circumstances that we foresee, we require X amount of overflow
Yes, I
parking.
agree 100%.
Yes.
And somewhat related to, I mean, back up to parking, but back up to Upper Beach Walk or West End, I'm a little concerned by your statement on page 4 that you said the proposed off-street parking appears to be adequate. I'm not sure what you mean by adequate. Just take parcel 11. There appear to be the minimum required number of parking spaces under the buildings for the residents. For 56 dwelling units, there are a total of 8 exterior parking spaces to serve all visitors, guests, and everything. But is that an engineering judgment that 8 parking spaces is adequate, or you just?
We are reviewing the development agreement numbers that have, per the number of dwelling units and the size of the dwelling unit, how many parking spaces will be required.
So maybe the phraseology here is.
It meets the requirement of
Yeah,
the
okay, it meets the minimum technical requirement. You're not making any judgment as to, just like beach parking or club parking, that in fact 8 parking spaces provided for all of the guests of 56 dwelling units is adequate. That's not your conclusion.
Our conclusion was based on the review of the development agreement and whether or not the number of spaces in total met that requirement.
Met the minimum technical requirements.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Lucas,
Which is the requirement.
Which is,
That's our ordinance, right?
Well, no, but it's the exact same issue, because the Planning Commission is supposed to determine kind of adequacy of infrastructure and facilities. And the same issue is the planning director can impose requirements for overflow parking. They are required to have, the minimum number of requirements is simply to have a number of residents.
No, I understand
Yeah.
that all. We've dealt with this long enough
Right,
now.
right.
But what Lucas is saying is, what we have as a minimum requirement is met.
Is met, and
That's the
he's not
important
making
one.
he's not making a value judgment that there's adequacy of parking
No,
overall.
no. That's not his job. That's John Taylor's job to judge.
But my
and
concern
potentially
was
the planning commission.
My concern was simply how it was phrased here, that it would be viewed as a judgment rather than saying met the technical requirements.
It's fair, yes.
Okay.
And Lucas, my question has to do with the retention basin at Ocean Pines. Could you go back a couple of slides?
Yes, and I do have stormwater coming up in the next slide. Do you want me to go ahead and progress to the next slide?
Okay.
Yeah?
No, but before you do that,
Okay.
could you repeat the Cape Point parking topic again?
Yes.
Because we had no slide, that's why.
Yes, so here's the slide for the Cape Point Parking and Emergency Beach Access Project. Bottom right hand is the general location of where that proposed drive is going to go. In the larger inset image, you can see the proposed drive itself. So they are not approving a roadway plat. They're not seeking a roadway plat from South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control. They did mention in the plans that control gates will be installed. This was a previous comment by the town. Their response was that control gates would be installed. They've accounted for 20 parking spaces on this stretch of roadway. This will be the supplement for Cape Point, so this adds to the 66 spaces that are on Ocean Pines, set aside for supplemental parking for Cape Point. Together, that brings us to 86, which is still 14 spaces short of the required 100.
Minimum. I want to
minimum.
emphasize the minimum, 100.
Also, you have a question? Okay. Also, we did recommend that the applicant seek a variance with the Board of Zoning and Appeals.
And with respect to, I think your comment letter specifically recommended a variance request with regard to the head-in parking.
Correct. But also, this is off-site parking.
But you didn't, did you evaluate whether, in fact, that was a permitted use for this particular parcel classification?
We did not. To my knowledge, we did not.
So I don't know if that's within your purview, but we heard earlier the reference to that January 18 letter from Austin Gowder, sorry, on behalf of Riverview, Inlet Cove, and cottage owners. And in that letter, it is stated that, or referenced that only 36 additional parking spaces for users of the Cape Club are built on Ocean Pines. I always wanted to ask him how he comes up with that calculation, but missed that point. I mean, that's not correct, right?
From what I've seen from the documents that we've reviewed, our total minimum was 100, and they met the requirement for Ocean Pines parking for Ocean Pines. The spillover parking is where we're still lacking those 14 spaces. The supplemental parking for Cape Point.
And I believe, I need to pull up the site plans, the revised site plans for Ocean Pines. I believe the new parking lot adds 40-some parking spaces, of which 36 are nominally designated, in addition to the 16 that were, or 20 that were down below. The 16 designated for Cape Club parking, although then there's a footnote that said that's for kind of illustrative purposes only. There's actually no dedication. But I think it was the idea that 36, because I think they needed some additional parking because there wasn't enough parking under the buildings for all the residents.
Well, this I know, and that's still confusing me because I went through, maybe not the latest site plan, but some weeks ago I went through and I counted each parking spot that was on Pines and on that service road. minus, I believe, 16 parking spots that were dedicated still to Ocean Pines, and I came up with 85 or 86.
Oh, no, I think that's, I think.
But that doesn't match up with that letter, so
I
I'm
think that
still-
distinction was saying on Ocean Pines. I think that's what that letter, I haven't gone
Yes,
back
but
and
even the
looked at it.
36 on Ocean Pines is not correct, because 85 minus 20 on the service road would be 65. So my calculation was that those 65 are actually allocated on Ocean Pines, plus 16 additional just for Ocean. But 85 is the count that we have for the Cape Club. So when I went through the site plan, I counted them as best that I could, and I came up with the right number.
Joe, a legal question. So if a variance is requested, if a variance is required, and the BZA rules on, if a variance is required, how specific is the variance? Just this road? Meaning, I would imagine, call me silly, that if everything falls through and all the project is deemed complete and the site plan is approved, it will be challenged. And then at that point, it goes through our procedure and it goes to the BZA. Are they anyway, not compromised, but how do we do, I guess, how does the BZA, is there any differentiation between them ruling on something like this versus ruling on the entirety of the project? Or does it matter?
Well, there are specific rules for the variance procedure.
Right.
That, all the boxes, the factors have to be
So they would
checked
just,
by the owner.
so they would just look at this relative to the specific the
It would
specific,
depend, I don't know what's gonna bubble up to the surface, to the
yeah, that's, I just,
BZA, you know what I mean?
yeah. But then if it's challenged, then the whole the site plan is really challenged in our ordinance. It's not anything.
Well, I think what you're talking about is that if the site plan is conditioned on them obtaining a variance for the parking.
Yeah, it's,
I think, I don't know, you're looking.
but I'm just saying if it's conditioned on them obtaining an approval and they approve it, but then the project gets approved, site plan gets approved, then the site plan gets challenged. I'm just asking if they're in some way
If the site plan gets challenged,
that's
does
what,
that go to the BZA?
yes.
Yeah, because they'd be challenging the administrator's decision, so they would have to challenge it. It would go before the BZA.
That'd be
Yeah, that'd
That
be a
would be
separate.
the interesting, then the question becomes, have you, because you have to challenge any administrative action within 5 days.
Yeah.
And you don't, if the administrative approval,
Yeah, I'm
it
answered.
would be hard to figure out how to.
But it's going to get dicey. I mean, in
but
terms of
I
really.
just-
It may be in front of the BZA for two different things.
Yeah,
That's
that,
what
yeah.
you're driving at.
That's what I'm trying to get to. And that could be, that could, well, all right.
So I don't know if this answers the question. I just pulled up the site plan for Ocean Pines. I think the comment letter that was sent by John said, for the Ocean Pines site plan, you need 85 parking spaces. There are only 36 and 30, 66 that are right now identified on the Ocean Pines parcel as Cape Club parking.
Yes, but not 36. That's what I'm
So
saying.
there were 36, only 36 added. That was the revised plan, added 36, which was still short of which still with the 30 was still short of the amount that was required in the comment letter for Ocean Pines.
Yes, but the 85 as required amount is then met with the Cape Point.
Well, but that's the issue. That's a separate site plan. The comment letter says, the Ocean Pines site plan says you need 85 parking spaces for Ocean Pines approval. Because who knows what happens with a completely separate site plan.
I understand that, Brad, but I still believe that this letter the number in that letter is
That may,
wrong.
that may be, I need to look at. The other thing.
That's all I'm saying. I mean, I understand everything you're saying, and I concur, but I think whoever fueled him the number, I think was wrong.
And the other thing, I just don't know what kind of the legal effect or how the planning director looks at this, but what the note to the site plan says, that the parking space designations are for supplemental parking illustration, not permanent dedications. So it's not clear that they are actually for Cape Club parking.
I'm not sure. Which comment are you looking at, Brad?
Which?
Which site plan comments are you looking at? What date is on there?
I'm looking right now at the site plan, the revised third site plan.
The comments is dated November 29th?
I'm not looking at that right now. I'm looking at the site plan itself.
Oh, okay, because I was looking at his comment letter dated November 29th, and it was a little bit different, so I wasn't sure. He has parking on there.
Lucas, can we try to,
Sure, absolutely.
a lot of planners up here. Quasi-planners.
So moving on to stormwater for Ocean Pines, this is the same comment that we had made for the Weston proposed development, the 2-year, the 10-year event, and the recommendation of the 25-year. We also did not receive an updated stormwater model calculations based on the new parking. So we don't know if the impervious coverage for this entire lot has shifted based on removing those buildings and putting in this additional parking. Our recommendation was for them to rerun the model, preferably with that 25-year event included, to make sure that.
Lucas, so that I understand this stormwater stuff. So a developer and applicant has an engineer, and they do all the calculations relative to stormwater. They include that as part of their application, and they submit it.
Correct.
Concurrently, once the application is submitted, John gets the application, and he turns that stormwater off to somebody. We don't do the calculations internally.
DHEC, the engineer responsible for the project would run the model, which would generate a report with the calculations.
Engineer responsible for the project, working for the applicant or working for the town?
The applicant.
The applicant.
Correct.
So it's not their engineering firm, it's DHEC.
The applicant, Thomas and Hutton, is the engineer for the applicant. Thomas and Hutton would have ran the stormwater model for these locations
That's my
on
point.
behalf.
Okay, and then when we get it, we use DHEC.
DHEC would review
Okay,
those
so
numbers.
we got Thomas and Hutton that runs stormwater calcs. DHEC does stormwater calcs. You looked at it, so your observations on all of this are to DHEC, to Thomas Hutton, combined? Who are these two? Who are this based on?
So you can also view Thomas and Hutton as the applicant. They are doing the work on behalf of, so they are creating the site plans, and based on those site plans, they're developing a stormwater design plan. And that stormwater plan will be input into a model where they're able to drop rain on top of the development and then see what the flow looks like through those pipes.
But your observation, as you look at Thomas, I'm trying to see where DHEC fits into that.
Yes.
Did they come up with the same thing, or you came up with something different than what DHEC came up with?
DHEC is the reviewer. So Thomas and Hutton has to send this model off to DHEC for DHEC to say, yes, you've passed our requirement for this as an acceptable stormwater.
Okay, so Thomas and Hutton
system.
did it, DHEC blessed it, then it came to us.
Correct.
Okay,
And
now
then
you're-
I
all
looked
right,
at
I couldn't.
I think one of the, to your point, Mayor, that the most critical takeaways for me of all of this is how important it has been to have Lucas and Weston and Sampson review these projects and identify issues and apply more rigorous standards to protect the community than would otherwise been the case. And thank goodness, because you've identified a whole host of issues that would pose potential risks otherwise. And I guess it's unfortunate. Maybe we should look at our standards going forward to change our ordinances, because who knows what better outcomes there might have been if we had applied the Charleston County more rigorous standards in the past to other developments rather than just the DHEC requirements. And that we've had, at every other turn, had outside engineering help to provide this kind of expertise that none of us have.
Well, we're thankful to John. It was his recommendation. So we thank you, John. You got a kudo, I think.
And other similar, another similar item on our recommendation was best management practices routine maintenance plan, especially for that central stormwater management feature. That detention pond, there were several recommendations that came from our engineering team that range from deepening the permanent pool. As we all know out here, the water table is very close to the surface. That may not have been possible. We had recommended that they investigate it to add to the amount of storage that's possible on site. We also recommended the addition of 4 bays. Those are our best management practice to sort of help, and I should have dropped an image of one in there, but if you can imagine, there's almost an extension to the pond where we have an outfall coming into a pond. You have a shallower sort of bump out of the pond edge that stormwater would enter. Sediment can accumulate into that location instead of into the larger pond itself. So by doing that, it helps with maintenance longer down the road. Those little 4 bays are a lot easier to clean out or dredge than an entire pond system. So that was one of our recommendations. And then finally, we had a recommendation for an outlet control structure at the far right-hand side of that pond there. That outlet control structure will be important because all of the stormwater entering that pond exits from the right-hand side and moves up and out into the marsh across Beachwalker up north. So we proposed the recommendation to review the outlet control structure to determine what that control structure should be set at. There is not currently one. We want to look at, again, deepening the pool, adding that structure to keep as much water stored as possible before it's moved through the system.
Okay, so now I'm, what do you call this, flabbergasted? So this pond drains underneath the Beachwalker Park into the marsh just south of Inlet Cove.
Correct.
Okay. That's interesting. Second question. So I assume, again, here, there was no, worst case scenario calculation, like we talked about. Okay. So third question, what I would have done, in my prior life, when we looked at, for example, quality risk assessments, et cetera, we would always go and said, okay, what would need to happen to see that result? Means flooding all across now Ocean Pines, flooding into neighborhoods, et cetera. So how much water, would have been my question, how much water would need to accumulate, either by rainfall or by tide or by wind pushing, water from the ocean into Kiowa River? What would need to happen for, I don't want to say a catastrophic event, but an event where everybody in Ocean Pines need to worry about the cars parked under the homes, under the buildings? That was also not done. Have you, or would you usually do something like this kind of, not worst case scenario, but what would need to happen to get to a certain problem?
I mean, both of these locations for the developments are within the AE flood zone. And I don't know if Bruce is here. Do you know by offhand what the base flood elevation is on in this area?
But Lucas, I'm not talking about a major hurricane now. I talk about something like December 17th.
Yeah.
Okay? If a major hurricane comes, I know, wide portions of Kia will be underwater, but, a December 17th storm, how much water would need to flood this entire area?
Yeah.
That would, for me, be a decision criteria.
And the reason I was asking is you can get a good idea of how many times based on looking at previous tides. If let's say we talk about the December storm, 9.8 foot tide, if the ground elevation and that tide, the tide is higher than that ground elevation, there could be enough, wave run up to get it over and spill into the area. But without knowing what the base flood elevation is and comparing it with past events. It's a 10? Okay.
So Lucas, in your professional opinion, are we somehow negligent if we don't insist that your recommendations?
Again, these are our recommendations for them to investigate. I would pay particular attention to these specific ones. These were the ones that I pulled out from all of our recommendations that I thought were the most key. These recommendations will also impact the entire system because we're focusing on the very downstream portion.
Because my concern isn't just for Ocean Pines, but for
the whole area.
the entire, that whole West Beach and
Because
all
all
of
this
those
water
neighborhoods.
drains into
Everything
the other
drains.
neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Just to qualify, your recommendations were accepted. So they're part of your comments, aren't they? Yes,
Yeah.
My understanding.
right?
Yes.
They're on the website.
Yes. And I think that's the majority, but at this point, I'd be happy to answer any questions and I can bounce back through the slides if we need to do that as well. Do you have a question?
Yes.
No, I just wanted to make a comment.
Okay.
Regarding December 17th. Water that come from Ocean Pines because it's not there, but in Inlet Cove where that water would drain from Ocean Pines, those cottages that would be butt up to that area took water in underneath their cottages. So, and you could walk on Bellmead and the water was up to some
Was above your knees.
above her husband's knees. So we're just talking, and that's the December 17th.
So that's like a foot and a half, is that?
So 3 feet on Bellmead.
Really?
So there's 3 feet of water. I have pictures of it. And if you take the runoff off of Ocean Pines and you put it in that under Beachwalker and you run it to where they want to run it out to the marsh, that's where it was already 3 feet over the.
No, I think you have to look at it the other way around. All the water that cannot drain in Ocean Pines will remain in Ocean Pines, right? Because there's no way, there's no grade. Exactly. So there's no grade to flow off. It will all stand in that area.
It's a 10-foot tide at that point. I lived on the river there. It was a 10-foot, and it flooded us. We've never been flooded. And so you're going to put more stormwater in?
Thank you. That was another very important data point. Thank you. Thank you, Lucas.
Lucas, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Abate, thank you for all your hard work. Very, very helpful.
It took a while, but it was well worth it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, may I venture into a summary? So the site plan review continues. Weston and Sampson is completed. They've made their comments, made their recommendations. We're here in front of everybody. You've heard the recommendations. They're embedded into the comments, and they're back to the applicant. So the iterations continue, so now it's continuing back and forth between the applicant and John today. And as we were talking earlier about any time frame, I don't we don't know how long this is going to take. This is going to take, I would imagine, continue to take a while.
Correct.
So
And
we
now
have
since
we have
there's a
issues, we have
variance
clearly
requirement.
big issues here that need to be worked out. So any anxiety relative to this site plan just willy-nilly, I mean, it's not just willy-nilly being approved. John's going through a process to do this. So I don't know if that's weeks, but I would say it's a while, okay? We put in one of the recommendations was a variance, so that goes to the BZA, so we don't know their schedule, we don't know when they meet.
And the applicant has to file their application.
And the applicant has to file, so
So-
that's a whole nother process that goes through. So I don't mean to, that's where we're at. This is an iterative process that's gonna take time. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
About the impact across Beach Walker. Is there impact down the spit? Did you look at that at all?
We did not look at that. It's sort of, in my opinion, I think the spit is so much further downstream that the effects and the drainage coming off of these properties, especially the way they're designed now with the limited slope of the drainage system, we're just not seeing huge velocities of water coming out of these areas.
Okay, thanks, Lucas. Okay, now my colleagues. It's 4:30, we've lost.
And Mayor, over here. One of the things, if you decide to ask, we at least have to have the public hearings because we've noticed those for today. So that's just.
Say it one more time.
The only thing that we will have to do on the agenda is do the public hearings because they were noticed for today. But other than that, everything else can be tabled.
Oh, okay, well, what I was going to suggest, it's 4:30, we've lost a council person. We have a meeting tomorrow morning. Do we keep plodding through these agenda items, other than the public hearings, which we have to have?
We can have a technical break, yes.
Add on to an hour. We have a meeting tomorrow morning. It starts at whenever. Add on to a meeting tomorrow or even next week.
The only thing that we couldn't add on tomorrow because you have to at least notice 24 hours. So the only thing that we can do today would be do the public hearings. If you decide not to do the public hearings, then we have to go through a whole renoticing process.
We can do those, but I don't know. What's everybody's pleasure?
Well, I'm not sure how many of these things are critical. I think one item that is critical is the committee appointments. Particularly the Planning Commission.
I mean, some of them, Mayor, should go really, really fast now. So, I mean, we have the bulk of topics a little bit behind us, but
All right, I'll have a motion to
I would-
open, let's have a motion to, for a public hearing.
So move.
second,
Okay, any discussion? We're in public hearing. This is an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-24 budget for the town. Any comments? Could I have a motion to come out of, do we have the same public hearing, or do we have to have public hearings for?
no, separate.
Separate, because they're two separate issues.
Okay, could I have a motion to come out of public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, could I have a motion to approve the ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023 and 24 budget?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
I have a motion to have, that's the only one?
Oh, that's the second reading for B.
Oh, yeah. That's the only public hearing we have.
No, you have two, but I wasn't sure if you're just going through your regular
Oh,
agenda
yeah.
items.
Okay,
B and C are fast. So.
okay. This is consider approval of ordinance 2403, health and sanitation, the yard debris.
Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
that's the second reading. Yes.
Could I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? This is under tab 6 in the
Yep.
highlighted areas in red. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okey dokey. Tab 7. This is the second final reading. This is the contract for the off-shift, off-duty deputies, and we had a long discussion with it, a couple long discussions with it about that at Ways and Means. Could I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion on that.
Would just note for the benefit of anybody who's watching, to reiterate what the mayor just said, that this has actually been an issue that the Ways and Means Committee and the council has previously spent a fair amount of time looking at, trying to make sure that we have adequate provision of off-duty officers covering Kiowa Island. And one of the things that we're looking at and will review on an ongoing basis is whether we need to adjust compensation levels in order to make sure that we attract a sufficient number of off-duty deputies.
Right, and we said in the Ways and Means, to add to this, that we will review this latest in 3 months, and that the safety department will provide us with 2 sets of data points, one about the incidences broken down by different categories and response times, et cetera, and the second one, a benchmarking with the hourly costs that are paid by other municipalities in our wider vicinity, so that we have a reference point.
And for anybody that read this, going from $40 to $55 is a heck of an increase. They, being the sheriff's department, they set the new floor. They increased the rate, so we're just matching their rate. And we'll, as Michael said, we'll see if at the end of the day, it changes our ability to recruit anymore. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I'd like to make a recommendation to reappoint Michael as Mayor Pro Tem. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion?
I guess my only question is why? Because, I mean, Section 2205 says after any general election for council. We haven't had a general election for council.
And that same section, I believe, C, I don't have it with me, states
I
that
had the
after-
same discussion.
After any election. So that's where,
So when you look at the last sentence of C, yeah, it says until the next council election. It doesn't say general election,
Right, and
which
so
I
we-
think is something we should consider
because we did technically have a council election.
clarifying. Also because neither general election nor next council election is actually defined in our ordinances what exactly that means.
Yeah, and general election is normally the general election that we have now in November of every year.
Right.
And the section C just says election, which we technically just had an election. So it could become April, we would have to do this all over again because we would have potentially another election.
So we'd
May.
already just elected Mayor Pro Tem. So
Last year.
what is that changed event that necessitates doing this again?
We just had an election last week, and the last section says election, any election.
If the last sentence under C, Brad, would say until
I'm
the
reading
next.
that. In the event of the resignation or permanent absence of the Mayor Pro Tem, the council shall elect a council member to serve as a Mayor Pro Tem until the next council
election. So I was elected in December. No, I'm sorry, in January. January? Whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and now we had an election. If it would read general election, we would not be sitting here over this topic. So I went back and forth.
Okay,
on this,
all
so.
right. Yep, I mean, that's, right.
We follow our ordinances. Okay. It's been
You have a first and a second?
Moved
we
and
have to
seconded.
vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is item C. Again, in Ways and Means, the approval of,
You need item B.
B.
B, Mayor, public
That's a
hearing.
public hearing.
oh, I thought I'm sorry, I scratched up. Could I have a motion to go into to have a public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we're on public hearing. This is to consider approval of ordinance 2024-01. Any comments from the community? This is a big one.
This is a big one, I'm surprised.
Okay.
Done
Could I
such
have
a
a
good
motion to
job.
come out? Okay, it's not a big one.
Okay.
Could I have a motion to come out of public hearing?
So moved.
Oh, go ahead, John, I'm sorry.
So I just wanted to acknowledge the 3 comment letters that we received, so that might make that part of the
Okay.
public hearing.
Were there letters in support, or, you don't have to read them,
There
but
are a few things that I would.
were they all 3 in support?
Not necessarily in support. There were some recommended changes or at least considerations. Substantially more so feeling more comfortable with some level of administrative approval for
particularly more so single-family residential developments. That was a substantive sort of takeaway that they felt like the current process works without amending, adding to an additional layer of additional review and scrutiny for proposed projects.
And those comment letters did not appear to reflect the fact that this ordinance actually carves out single-family residences, other than now the change to grand trees.
So I do want to share that it still reads that single-family is exempt. So if we want to include that portion of specifically outlining grand trees for inclusion, then we would need to make that amendment as part of it moving forward. But the whole idea of single-family is exempt.
I thought it had been revised to include that the grand trees apply to both.
That's now in there.
Yeah.
So what was recommended in our last session, I'll go. What was recommended that we begin to introduce a phased process, and I didn't know if that was something that council wanted definitely in there. So if that's what council wants to see, that grand trees, in addition to, if you're looking at the table 4J, I think that's where the language is not specifically clear because it outlines specimen trees that would be going for the tree preservation board. So that, in my opinion, still reads that it's not specifically exempt for single-family residential. So we just need to add a sentence that would carve that out specifically for grand tree removal.
I'm confused.
I'm confused.
Are we adding a section that isn't in there?
So if it's council's desire that the ordinance moves forward sort of as revised, but with the intent that single-family residential still would need approval for the removal of any grand tree, then we would just need to add a sentence that clarifies that. That's all I'm saying.
That had been my intent, and I thought it was our intent, so.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. I was just reading this. Maybe I should have been more particular, but I was reading this with your commentary prior in one of the prior documents that this is going to be the case. So when I read on table 4, I made maybe that too quick assumption, but
Yeah, so
absolutely,
we can add.
that's what we want.
Yeah, so I was just
sorry.
reflecting that was the comment received from the public letters saying that they would not have wanted that grand tree removal go through another public process.
So this is public hearing, and this is the first reading.
Correct.
So I guess,
We can make that change prior to second reading and.
okay, well, we need a motion to come out of public hearing.
So move.
No more comments? Second?
Second.
Okay, we're out of public hearing. Could I have a motion to approve this ordinance for first reading
So moved.
with this inclusion, with this?
So moved.
Seconded? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and you got that, John? You got?
John, can I make some comments, just minor ones? So there's a little bit of an inconsistency in some of the documents. For example, you eliminated this ARB-related comment sometimes, but not all the times. So that's maybe something you need to look out for. And I can help you finding the ones that I have reference to. And then also there's some contradiction between a statement in these documents, not in the ordinance, but in one of these documents, that single families are not included, and then 2 pages further they are, as it relates to grand trees. So I think we might need to just clean up this a little bit.
Okay.
I can point those things out to you.
And I actually want to commend John and Stephanie and the staff for all the changes that were made incorporated. I think this is a good outcome and some significant enhancements relative to how it was initially proposed. And I think the Planning Commission, based on what we've discussed with them, are fine with all these as well.
Okay. The next item, tab 10, is a barrier Island Ocean Rescue. This is an extension of the existing contract. There were questions at the Ways and Means. I don't know if we got the slides, and if you want to table this, or I've not had a chance to look at them again, so I don't know where we're at, and Josh is going to tell us.
Mr. Mayor, I pulled up what we did last year, and there weren't any specific slides about the numbers. It was just talking points. So I watched the video from last year, and the only data to put in front of you are statistics year over year, showing what we've done. But I'm afraid I don't have a slide for that because it was not asked for prior. But I can have it as a handout if you guys want those now. So this reflects 2020 through the end of 2023.
Thank you.
And the question at Ways and Means was why is it so expensive? And what we did last year was we discussed why it was so much more expensive than the prior contract. So in real dollars, what we reported last year, because we're not changing the rate from 2023 to 2024, it is the same as what you approved last year. In real dollars, we had an increase from when we started the STR contract to last year in payroll of 41,000, vehicle and fuel costs went up 24,000, training costs went up 15,000. Our retention and recruitment prices is still at 13,000, which is not something we'd ever budgeted for before the pandemic. And then insurance was 12,000 and tech was 10,000 of that. So that's $115,000-ish of increased costs that we saw over the course of the pandemic. And then we economized in other areas and found some ways to make it work. And as we stated last year, our intention is not to raise the price of the contract year over year. The only way it makes sense to amortize the capital assets is to look at it as a 3-year term, even though we are voting on this 1 year at a time. And then beyond that, what we did in the meeting last year was talk at a higher level. Mr. Bellett, you asked for sort of an overview of what we do as an agency. I'm happy to go into that again if you'd like me to.
No, I know. I think we'd done that the prior year, and no, I'm not at all questioning what value you bring to the island and the things that you guys do.
Gotcha. And then beyond that, the only other thing to note is that we are now an advanced life support agency. That's new as of last year.
That first part is what I remember, Stosh, you and John going
The
over.
dollars, yes, sir. Because we'd worked at percentages and tried to figure out all the ways to not put our financials as foyable things, and that was the best we could do.
And again, this may be my failure at the time to look quite so closely at what the actual personnel, the provision of personnel for when, how long. It still comes back to the fact that we're effectively paying at about a 200,000 plus rate for the one person for 9 months. Let
me do the math on that. Are you saying that's 9 months of the contract?
Yeah.
Well, we could scale it. Actually, staff voted to invoice monthly, have it be the same over 12 months rather than bill for man hours, which we've done before, but it phases up and
I'd
down.
just say that's the effective kind of man-hour, man-person, FTE equivalent cost for one person for 9 months.
Correct. And I talked with DeRota about this at length when we were going through all of this last year. You can't look at it as just an FTE because it's so many people, because it's 7 days a week. It's not a 40-hour week, all that kind of stuff.
So do we have a motion already?
No.
For this? Okay, so can I file a motion or propose a motion that we approve this contract for another month, or maybe 2, it's also possible from my side. We get some more data from you, and then bring this back to council. So we would approve 1 month, you can go ahead because we need your services, that's very clear. But I think we all feel like a little bit more transparency would help us to understand, and I'm not questioning the numbers, but I think we want to make sure that the community understands this is a superior service that we want, right? And that costs money. But I would feel more comfortable when we can break this down a little bit and explain, right? And then give you the other 10 or 11 months.
Could we say 3 months?
That's fine with me too.
I would argue 1 month is better because we have to hire and train for the summer season.
Okay.
Which this is actually exactly what happened last year. It was a January vote that we pushed 1 month into February.
Okay, so then let's say my motion would be 1 month. You please provide us with the data, and please don't wait until 2 days before a March town council meeting. Give us this data as quick as you can, so that we also can already maybe ask some question ahead of time, and then get it all done in March. Would that be okay?
It depends on what the data you're asking for is. I'm not clear exactly what you need.
I would like to have a little bit of a breakdown by person, by months of work, how all these different elements that you were saying, from personal cost, training cost, equipment cost, vehicle cost, how they just break down a little.
In percentage or
whatever you feel is appropriate, but so that we have a better understanding. So how much of this $390,000 is for a 12-month person, is for a 9-month person, so that we just understand the math a little bit better.
One way to look at it, you'll say, that's not the best way to look at it, is just add up the total man hours and see how much we're paying effectively on an hourly rate.
I can tell you that number now.
Okay.
It is $104 an hour.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but the question is, what was it?
What was it in 2020?
Well,
It was $88 an hour, I believe.
anyway, we'll get this approved, but I think the point that's being made, either use the denominator as hours or months or weeks, that it has to be something other than aggregate, that you need that aggregate to be able to redivide by whatever your denominator is.
Because ultimately, one of the things over the longer term we need to look at, notwithstanding all the training capability, is would the town, at least for maybe that 9-month period, be better off hiring a person with all those qualifications, and could we do so at a substantially lower cost? And the answer may very well be no, in which case, then this is exactly what we should be doing, is retaining you guys for this.
Give us a little bit more transparency, okay, so that the community understands, and we don't want to infringe in your, internal calculation of things. You're an independent contractor, so we need to be mindful about that. But just give us a little bit more of a better sense on how these $103 kind of come together. That would really help us to understand, that would help the community to understand what's all behind, because I think when you just see $100 per hour, everybody say, yo, but then there's equipment, there's supplies, there's training, where people cannot actually work on the beach or for code enforcement, right? But they are working for you and you have to pay them. So I think a little bit more transparency would all help
And
us.
particularly contrasted with the conversation of the contract we just approved, which is $55 for trained law enforcement. So that's the kind of, now, again, not apples to apples, may not even be apples to oranges, but that's part of your job to figure out if it's a kumquat or something.
Right.
My only caveat is I'm struggling to understand what I can give you that we didn't do last year. So we'll start there with the reminder.
It's very similar.
Okay.
It's very similar.
But we just need to put it on record again for this year. Okay, I understand. As it was a renewal without any increase, I didn't come prepared to negotiate. So I'll have that for you.
Understood.
We'll get this done, don't worry, but I think we owe it to the community to be a little bit more transparent here.
Okay.
And that's all I'm asking.
Same thing. Got it.
Okay?
Thank you.
And I understand if this can be done within 4 weeks, wonderful. And we'll bombard you. We will bombard you with a few questions here and there, and then we are ready for March.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Can we?
We have a motion to extend it for a month.
I don't think we had a second. Did anyone second?
Second.
You second, okay.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Stosh, while you're here, what is your base rate? What do you pay those guys?
We are now paying for starting life, because of the way we worked, where everybody can do at least the basic job of ocean rescue lifeguard. Our starting rate is now $1 more than Charleston County EMS for EMTs, and $1.50 more for paramedics
per hour.
What's that number?
That is, paramedics start at 24.5, EMTs start at 21.
Okay, that's the number compared to 55, not not 100. But thank you. I
Yes,
just-
yes, and we don't have retirement or, benefits or anything
Exactly.
like that.
Okay. Item D, to consider approval of the RFP for the feasibility study. This isn't the first time this has been here. And we're back. And hopefully everybody's had input and read it. Could I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, discussion.
Stephanie, so what's in the book, does that include the additional language that, would underpin the first phase, which is essentially needs assessment and gap analysis?
That was sent
No,
around
so I actually
yesterday.
sent that out yesterday, and so you all should, what you have in the book, Petra did not update your book, but what I sent out,
Okay.
the last version is what will be
Okay.
Yes, and that
asking
was a
for
really
approval.
nice improvement. I would have done exactly the same thing, so it's much better to understand, but.
You can ask
No,
me.
Craig, okay.
Yeah, we had an employee emergency that hit
I would
the-
just like to
yes.
make a few comments, and I'm looking at this as a former consultant that will read this and then deliver his proposal to us. So I think there are a few areas where we would need to improve. First, on page number 4, on the top part, and I'm referring to the new version that,
Yeah.
that includes Brad's, much better scope of work explanation. There is, at the beginning of that page, is this evaluation is designed to determine the potential to achieve the following benefits. When I go through the benefits, I find the sequence of benefits a little strange, right? Because I think, for me at least, I don't know how you feel, meeting community policing needs is the first of all, right? And that's the second last bullet point. So I would encourage maybe to look at this and say, okay, is there likely kind of a priority list in here? Because now it's just a list to me, but I think some of these bullet points are more important than others, okay? I would, in the scope of work, but Brad, correct me if I might have overread this, I think we would like to, or we should like the consultant to actually also talk to some local experts, like Stephanie and I did, about all of this, and I know that Greg has actually talked to them as well to improve the RFP, but I think these experts that we talked to, that Greg Harris talked to, would also be a very good source of local knowledge. So I would like to add just one sentence in the scope of work that would encourage the consultant to actually talk to some of the local experts. Okay. Then on page 5, deliverables, because the scope of work now is much better and is really trying to drive data, right, about incidences, type of incidences, time, et cetera. I think the deliverables also need to reference to these data points and data analysis that we want, so that it's consistent, right? And the same would actually also apply from my point of view on page 6. There's the statement of understanding. I think we should also explicitly reference that they should tell us how they're going to collect the data and how they're going to analyze the data under statement of understanding on page 6. Those were my additional comments. I think this would potentially improve for a consultant to really understand what we want, and then can deliver a much better product. Okay, those were my comments.
Brad?
I concur with all the proposed changes that Councilmember Heidenstiller suggested. And just for kind of the benefit of, again, the community watching this and not aware of some of the back and forth, what we had talked about when we last met and discussed this issue was doing more kind of essentially background work, more spade work, more gathering data, as Councilmember Heidingsfelder noted. So the statement work is really designed to do that in the first instance, not make any prejudgments about what the outcomes are necessarily going to be with regard to the provision of additional law enforcement services, but assess where we are, the needs assessment with regard to all the public safety and security apparatus that exist on and off island, and then where are there gaps, a traditional gap analysis, in the provision of services, in coverage areas, in communication, in coordination, et cetera, and make recommendations to us. And that may lead to a decision that we need to significantly augment what we currently have. And that's what Phase 1 is going to be all about now. So I think this is a very constructive first step.
Do you all feel comfortable taking your input and proceeding, or do you want to see it back? Steph, you have all of their comments, Michael's comments?
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll make all these edits, and then I can just send it out for all you guys to review before we push it out. We don't have to have, I don't think we need to have another formal meeting on this. Once I have you guys' approval, then I'll just send you the edits.
So could I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Based on that. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? So Steph will make the changes, suggested changes, and we'll send it back out, but other than that, it's fair to go. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Video production specialist.
11.
Oh, I sent it to you, but I'll resend it to you.
So the request is for a video production specialist and as well as some basic equipment costs, not to exceed the starting salary of $55,000 with an additional $6,000 for the basic video equipment. This would be for helping with live streaming, our podcasting. We hope we could do some videos that could be interview style or informational. I know with Brad had mentioned possibly with live streaming with incorporating some public comments for anyone who is off camera or off island. And so that would be something that we can incorporate through Zoom. With this person would help manage that and maybe see if there's any better alternatives to Zoom as well. I also would just like to do some videos that maybe like a welcome video for new property owners, any of this informational items that aren't as necessarily as nicely as conveyed through written word would be better, relayed quicker and easier to understand through video format.
Okay. Could I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Questions of Aaron or Stephanie?
I just have one comment on this. Every time I was reading through this and I had a question, I then got to the green tab and you answered all the questions just beautifully. So I applaud you including data in here. It was extremely helpful for me to justify in my mind.
So, Aaron, just one point, and I'm clearly not the best to judge this, but I'm not so sure that a title of the video production specialist will intrigue many young people to apply. Maybe something like a visual media specialist or something might be better, because also, based on what I'm reading, it's not just about video, right? It's about how yes, it is dealing also with videos, but it has to do with a lot of things that you could actually delegate and free up your time for far more skilled and superior topics that you need to tackle. So I think this would work, but maybe you think a little bit about the title, because often it is what people are intrigued by, when they're looking for a job. That's my comment.
Any other
Be
comments?
social networking.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aaron, are we up to speed with the investment that we made in this room? Is this state of the art now at this point?
I think it's great.
Okay, so this individual coming in, there's other things to do, but we don't have to make another investment in the.
We did a significant upgrade and improvement to the system.
Yeah, no, I just wondered if it was.
So I think it's.
Yeah,
the
as
one
long as
thing-
we speak into the microphones, I think we're good.
Yeah.
Okay, landscape architect arborist,
That's Mr. Taylor.
John Taylor.
Mayor, members of council, This is a request for an additional planner. This particular planner would have a focus or credentials in landscape and arborist. As we continue to mature as a community and evolve, particularly we see us adding now a landscape tree preservation ordinance that becomes a little bit more robust. So this particular staff would be more so dedicated to that, having that skill set, doing field visits, site visits, to ensure they understand potential developments and those impacts based on the new ordinance. This would also fill voids of having the staff to essentially do the preparation work for what's being proposed in the tree preservation board. So that would be treated just like a board of zoning appeals where presentations, staff reviews, all those need to be repaired. And so this particular staff would be responsible for that.
John, is this a degreed architect?
There is license for landscape, there's credentials for landscape architect, correct?
That's a baccalaureate degree?
Say it one-
That's
yes,
a baccalaureate
correct.
degree? Yeah, okay. Could I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Questions, discussion of John?
I have two topics and maybe more concerns that I wanted to share. So on one side, it's clear to me, or it seems to be clear to me, that with us moving forward for this tree ordinance, et cetera, especially in phase 2, we need a person like this. I'm not 100% sure yet that we need this person at this particular time. If the Planning Commission will move forward with, I think, what you called phase 2, into landscaping standards and probably then even into single-family homes at some point, I would see this a necessity. At the moment, I'm not sure that it's maybe a little too early, but the main reason why I'm hesitant to say yes at this point in time is that I would really be worried about the onboarding process for this individual. John, you have so much stuff on your plate. You have the comprehensive plan. You still have the marsh management plan implementation activities. You have all these site reviews. You have, I think, still somewhere pending this proposal for reviewing all your ordinances, et cetera. I think this is too much for you. I'm worried about this. And if we bring somebody on board, he will heavily rely on your expertise as being the leader and the coach. I just don't see it for the next 3-4 months that this actually can even be on your plate. So those are my two worries that I just wanted to share.
I mean, in short, if when the ordinance does go into effect, those standards would still need to be administered, and so that still would fall on the department. So,
yeah, but this is not right now. This is part of phase 2, and we haven't seen phase 2 at all.
The ordinance today would still come in effect. So the Tree Preservation Board development projects that require review scrutiny from the Tree Preservation Board, those things that's part of phase 1. Phase 2 of developing the standards, and additionally, this person I had in mind would be able to front load that phase 2 to help with that the development of phase 2.
And that was one of my questions, is because I had the same kind of concerns about the timing, and maybe that's solved for because we don't have landscaping in the ordinance now. Is the person that you contemplate would have expertise that could help us actually design what phase 2 would look like and that the landscaping components of the ordinance?
It would be critical because they would be the ones enforcing. So bringing them on at this particular time would help be a natural transition in my mind. But pleasure, Council.
So how experienced would a person be for a salary between 60 and 74,000? 2-year, 5-year? I mean, how experienced would you expect this person to be?
Probably in the two-year range.
So more experienced than Daniel? Because I think he came right out of college, right?
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah, more experience.
I mean, these would have credentials simply based on an undergraduate degree, or would they have developed professional credentials?
I mean, we would like to see professional credentials, but I mean, at this stage, based on the salary, I mean, that's all really a sliding scale in today's market of employees, of saying someone who's have 2 years experience maybe they don't have the full credentials, but within a year they would have a laundry list of additional credentials.
We're probably, to answer your question, I think as well, we're probably not going to get a licensed arborist or a licensed landscape architect for the salary that we're paying coming in. Once they're here, we will encourage them to get licensed, but more than likely, not unless we find someone that, for whatever reason, really want to come into this market. And sometimes we know that we're taking a chance on someone, say, in Chicago that really wants to get here. They're taking the job to get here. They're taking the salary, but we may have them for a couple of years. So sometimes you have that anomaly where somebody's either telling their career and they're looking, or they want to come to this area. But for the most part, for the salary, we're probably getting someone that's not licensed yet, but they can move to become licensed.
So I guess the
But they will have an undergrad or maybe a master's degree.
I guess
but
the
more
question would be then, is the primary role at the outset envisioned as helping with the workload as opposed to, since adding real value, credentialed value in terms of what they bring to the table and helping to develop appropriate standards and interact and have some gravitas and credibility with the tree preservation board and other external constituencies.
Well, I would think that.
This would be an additional planner. So this planner would be able to assist in the normal day-to-day planning operations, but ideally in the long term, their focus would be primarily on landscaping and tree preservation.
Correct. And they can take, of course, they would take the lead, I would imagine, on writing kind of the phase 2, but based on the current ordinance, if it's adopted, they would be responsible for enforcing the
Can we at least
ordinance.
delay this by a little bit until these critical, super critical beach walker developments are settled, whatever that means? Can we at least wait until then? Because this is more important than this position. And if we now start to write, have John start writing, a search profile and all of these things, I would still prefer that the majority of his time is invested in the West End and in Ocean Pines and all of the other stuff that's going on that is far more important than that. Can we at least wait?
I understand, yeah.
2 months or something?
If council, want to wait, we can do that, but also I just want to reiterate that because one, the tree preservation ordinance would potentially not be adopted till next month, right? Once it's adopted, then essentially it goes into effect. Who's responsible for enforcing that? It will fall on John. So we will be adding to his work, but at some point, we can bring this on, as I believe Daniel should be able to help as well. So if you all want to delay this, you can, but understand that once a tree preservation ordinance, if it's adopted, it then goes into effect and we have to start.
And that's what I said, Stephanie. I'm not against this person at all. I see the need, and we have a lot of work with that is created with the tree ordinance. I fully understand this. I just want us to be a little mindful about his workload and his focus. That's all I'm saying. But
Bruce
I don't know
prepared-
if my colleagues share that concern of mine. So
Bruce prepared a slide that's somewhere in his little packet. It says our problems are right around the corner. You can just continue to add blocks, put the MUSC project down here. There are more things that are going to be problems right around the corner. So, none of this stuff that we're talking about is going to be delayed. None of the stuff that we're talking about, the probability of it not happening may be very, very small. In one way or another, there's going to be a lot of new projects in 2024, 25, least of all with this tree ordinance. So these things are going to take place. When you pull the trigger, I guess is always a question, but I don't know. I don't want to this is John's request. If we all agree that it's his request, if you all agree it's valid and he thinks he needs it now, I don't know. We need to worry about his workload. He knows his workload and what he can do and what he can't do. I don't know. Can you wait a couple months? What would you rather do?
He would rather for you guys to approve it today. He would rather for you guys to approve it today.
I'm fine with approving it today, maybe with the condition to wait, but I don't know if that's a shared
I'm not,
concern.
and I'm not sure, I mean, I kind of understand both sides' issues here, and my concern would be not to rush to try to hire somebody just to get a body
Correct.
in, as much as anything else. You know, not, first
never
thing right
rushes.
now, we're going to try to start doing interviews the next.
This is a tough place to hire for. I think it's going to take some time to get,
Well, with Daniel, it took us about a year to find him.
that's right. It's a tough place to hire.
Not saying it would,
Really?
but yes,
Yeah.
it took us about a year to
Okay.
finally
Well, in
find him.
that
Bob to get
case,
Aaron.
then.
And I'm okay.
Yes, let's
I
go.
thought that was very quick with her.
Okay.
No,
Okay, all
not
right.
necessarily.
Well, in that case,
I'm doing
probably start the process now, just to Councilmember
Send it to me.
Heidingsfelder point, let's not let this distract from,
I
the
got
start of
both
this
of them.
process overly distract from
PowerPoint
other
and
more
the
pressing
PDF.
pending business.
Right, so then I will alter my motion, I believe, right?
I don't
And
think there was a motion.
Yeah, there was a motion.
So I
There was
will
a motion.
alter my
Second.
motion and take the delay out of the motion and just propose that we approve as proposed.
All right.
Second?
No, it's
Any
just
other
doing
discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Stop.
Bruce, you need a third-party inspector?
I do.
I can't believe it. Voting against it.
That makes the day short.
Mayor, you just waited 4 hours for this.
Yeah.
Building partner sorted is.
Bruce, we have your slides, unless you got more slides.
I can skip the slides if you
Yeah,
want.
Okay.
he read all the slides.
Hey, read them.
Well, it's
It's buffering.
buffering.
It won't open.
Well, then, anyway.
So
Just skip it.
I am.
Okay. So the request is for a third-party inspector. When you compare the inspections that we did in 2022 for the calendar year, along with 2023, we see an increase of 24% from, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but
Oh,
from
I do.
roughly 5,000.
Hold on just a
look at
second.
you.
It finally worked.
Bruce, you can continue going.
Anyway, from roughly 5,000 to 6,000 plus. The projects we got coming up, especially Cape being one of them, Cape's getting ready to go into final phases. What that means for us is that we start doing inspections floor by floor, final inspections. That's roughly 20 inspections per floor, and for the number of buildings that exist at the Cape. Seafield's project, that square footage for that project is just shy of 385,000 square feet. As you can imagine, a host of inspections. West End project, Ocean Pines, kind of a sore subject. We will actually probably, the projection of finishing these reviews and have them ready for permit issuance. Now, I'm going to say something after that, so don't jump yet. It's probably going to be late second quarter from what we're projecting. That being said, permits don't get issued until zoning is approved. Talking to the mic. All right, sorry. Backing up, so Ocean Pines and West End projects will be ready for permit issuance. We're thinking somewhere around the late second quarter. That being said, as I said previously, we do not issue a building permit until all zoning regulations and requirements have been met. In fact, our system won't even let us do it. That being said, Night Heron Park is kind of a small commercial renovation, so that's already been permitted. It's underway. When we start looking, I needed something to compare to for the cost of a third-party inspector versus a new hire. Obviously, new hire is not on the table, but just gives me something to compare to. Some of the pros and cons. The biggest con for a third-party inspector on any company that you would hire is they cover a territory. So they come to us for however many hours, they leave to go do another inspection, or they're doing inspections at some other jurisdiction before they get to us. So it's, in my mind, it's rush in, rush out kind of scenario to hit our next location. That's the biggest con for me. If you compare that with a new employee, then, I mean, we're looking at vehicle purchases, benefits, and those type of things. And I'm kind of flying through these slides, so if you have any questions, just please stop me. So, third party, last council meeting, there was a line item put in the budget for the third party inspector. Unfortunately, the numbers were not correct. If you break it down into a worst case scenario, for 6 months is what we're looking at doing a contract for. With everything included, we're looking at $87,700 as a worst case scenario. That's 5 days a week at a 40-hour work week. Typically, probably won't see that just because the way inspections get scheduled. I doubt seriously we'll have a full-time scenario. At best, it might be 3 days 1 week, couple days the next week type of thing. So I doubt we'll ever see the $87,500 mark, but I'm kind of person that plans for a worst case and hopes for the best case.
Well, that's the point. I guess my only concern, I think the worst thing that can happen, the absolute worst thing that can happen, is if we ever had to let anybody go, because
Right.
work is really dwindled. I think 24 is going to be another good year, maybe 25, but at some point, you know, it is going to, you know, there's not going to be these big projects. There's not going to be a Seafields. There's not going to be an MUSC. They're going to be done. Do you feel comfortable recognizing your staff, turnover, age, retirement, all those types of things, that you just won't be in a situation where 24, 36 months from now, 48 months, I don't know, but at some point, you know, what the housing market's going to be in 25. I think the housing market in 24 may still be good, but you wonder about 25, 26. I don't know. That's the only, my only reservation, Bruce. And I really say that in all sincerity. More I think about a third party, it's contractual, you know, but, you know, that's all.
But what I like about it, and I really appreciate your proposal, Bruce, I have to say, because it gives you all the flexibility that you need. And to make sure that nobody online and here in the room misunderstood your prior, you know, estimations, you know, we are far away yet at this very moment, you know, to understand and know when even certain approvals and even further out the inspections for something along Beachwalker Park will take place. So your proposed model gives you all this flexibility. And that's also why I think your wording of saying this is the worst case scenario if everything becomes online that quickly, but it will probably not be. So I think this is very wise, this is very considerate, and a very conservative approach. If, though, the mayor is correct, and you would tell us, well, in 2 years I have a major retirement coming up and I need to start backfilling, that could be another, you know, stone in the pond. But based on what you're proposing, I think that's a wise, you know, approach.
And like I said, the third party's on call. The company I spoke to in length basically said they just need a 24-hour notice.
Maybe I misunderstood you. So you would prefer a third party?
No.
Oh.
There's somebody in the room would. And the reason I say that is I'm actually retiring in 2 years. So I am leaving. Leo Hall, he and I are almost the same age, or I think we're a year apart.
Okay, well, you
so
answered that.
So that's, my feeling is.
Party?
But then also the third-party solution. I mean, I've done that so many times in my
I think
career.
third party for right now
Well,
is
it's
the
not only
right
for
answer.
right now. I mean, you hire somebody, you work probably with one person more often than others, but also you work with a few people, and here you go. You learn who to hire.
Yeah.
Right? So I've done that many times, and it worked really great because you have so much better knowledge about who you hire than just from paper. So,
From my perspective, our perspective as a council, are we just approving the position? Whether you employ them or contract with them should be your decision.
Yeah, for third parties, so in the budget, which I think was a reduced number for the mid-year budget, we had asked to put that in there. So you all are essentially will be giving Bruce the approval to go seek out third-party inspector. And of course, we will have to come back with you all essentially with the contract and everything. And then that third-party inspector will be activated if and when they're needed.
Correct.
And based on all the comments and notwithstanding your wishes, Bruce, I think that's the best route to go now. But come back to us in a year from now. It's going to be a changed landscape, and you're closer to your well-deserved retirement, and that'd be the time to consider, hiring somebody
and you
full-time.
I
probably
agree, for this day and time, it's.
and you
it's
probably
the
have
right-
met a perfect person to hire.
Could be.
Okay? Is that,
That's all I have.
okay, can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any other discussion, questions of Bruce? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the Environmental Committee, all members are to be reappointed. Any comments, or could I have a motion to approve the listing for the Environmental Committee?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Discussion, any comments, observations? All in favor?
Aye.
Public Safety, all members are being suggested to be reappointed. Could I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Just as a side, I don't know, Nancy Robinson, so she is like the new person because works for Edens.
Correct.
The other people are all gone?
Pardon me?
The other,
Yeah.
She's on there already, no?
yeah.
Yeah.
State Accommodation Tax Committee, all members are to be
We have a new member. All members to be reappointed with the
right. And then
exception of
one
a new member.
Kelly Sack. Right?
Correct.
Could I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
There was,
Yeah.
didn't we have discussions about more committee participation? Are we satisfied that Jody and Kelly and,
So Kelly replaced Joe Wilson. So Kelly is the resident representative, and she's the one that came to the meetings and talked about the spending. So John Wilson decided that he did not want to be reappointed, and then we pushed out notices that we were receiving applications. We received 2 applications, and I believe Councilmember Hadenfelder and Dorota reviewed, and they're recommending Kelly Sack.
Yeah, we interviewed both independently
Okay.
from each other and recommended Kelly.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Guys, all in favor?
Planning Commission.
They're in favor.
We asked for a motion.
So moved.
It's moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, BZA, must be real. So Farabee, Hannon, Lewis are to be reappointed, appointed to another 3-year term. How does this fit into 3 threes and all these multipliers that we talked about last week?
It's going to, right now, it's going to the Planning Commission tomorrow. It fits in fine, so if you guys want to, because it won't affect them, it won't affect anyone in this current reappointment, but moving forward, if they, depending on what's decided, they may not be eligible to be reappointed next time.
Got it, okay. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Planning Commission, Curran and Hennessy to be appointed to another 4-year term.
And K to be removed.
Moved.
Oh, no, not that easy.
I'm not doing double duty.
Double duty?
Not
No
that
double.
easy.
Double dipping on your big salary for each.
That's right.
You get 2 cubes. how do we do that? Do we,
Just, yeah, you'll just be, and you can just make reference, you're not approving to remove her because she's
Yeah.
not technically on anymore, but you can just make reference to the correction that you're just doing the reappointment.
so we're doing
For the-
Kern and Hennessy, and then,
Yeah,
Yeah.
All the other ones have been appointed already, and I will take her off. You're just doing the appointment of those two. The other ones
yeah.
Yeah.
Kern and Hennessy, okay. Could I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Council member comments? Michael?
No, thank you.
Madeline?
No,
Bradley.
thank you.
No, sir.
Citizen comments?
John?
Jeez. Motion to adjourn, so moved, approved.